LA. Muhammad got tickets for a number of his fellow gang members as well as his family. In a team picture in the Nebraska media guide, he flashes the hand sign of the Kairu Bloods. Last summer, Muhammad's gang affiliation turned bloody when he was shot in the back.
We just happened to be standing out in the front and some guys just drove by shooting, and I happened to be the only one to get hit. They were like 13, 14 years old, little kids. I guess they were just trying to get initiated into the gang. I got out the hospital in 4 days, but between that time, there was a few shootings.
So there were guys
killed.
who were looking out for you and paying back for what had happened to you.
Yeah.
Although he maintains ties to both the football and gang worlds, Muhammad has had no trouble during his 3 years at Nebraska. He says he's not a killer, but he does consider himself loyal to the group.
If I was to go out with them and they was to get in a fight, I wouldn't just stand back and watch them. I would, help them.
Just a few years ago, an athlete had to choose between gang affiliation and big-time sports. But a college scholarship was viewed as a ticket out of places like this. Abdul Muhammad is just one of a growing number of athletes who don't want to sever their neighborhood ties.
Are there other guys from your neighborhood or from neighborhoods that you know that are either on the fringe of some kind of gang or in a gang that are playing major college sports? I mean, do you know of other?
Yeah, I know a lot of people, a lot of friends, a lot of people I played against. They were kind of like neighborhoods, and they really wasn't in the gang, but, they hung out with them. So it was kind of like they were basically really in the game.
I do know that we lost a young man to a neighboring college, but when he left here, he's the only youngster that's ever left here that's never bought a T-shirt or a hat. And he told me quite frankly, he said, Coach, I can't wear red in my neighborhood. And he was a prominent player, a great player, as a matter of fact. But his neighborhood, red was a bad color.
Nebraska assistant coach George Darlington found Muhammad at Carson High School. He says he didn't know of Muhammad's gang affiliation and is unaware of it now.
I felt very comfortable in speaking of him specifically, that he wasn't involved in things that he shouldn't have been.
College athletes have always been somehow insulated from street life, but the figurative wall between the worlds is beginning to crumble. USC basketball coach George Raveling is frustrated by the new problems.
There's societal problems that many of us, to be frank with you, were never even given the educational background to deal with these particular problems.
For Muhammad, the challenge of the football season will be followed by the challenge of the summer, which is to stay alive, he says, with the help of his gang.
They kind of keep me out of it. Well, they do keep me out of it, Most of the times, like when they go to parties or something, if I want to go and they know something's going to happen, they tell me, stay home. And then I know what's going on.
You see a story like that, you think back to the top of this edition of SportsCenter when Anthony Hardaway, $65 million. Karl Malone wants to renegotiate again. Shaquille can't play or does not want to play for his country because of the problems with the soda deal. And you got players who can't wear their school colors at home because of their safety. Something, it's pretty obvious, something is very wrong.
Now let's see. Hardaway's $65 million is a mere bag of shells, $19 million less than Larry Johnson, but at least Larry Johnson has some experience in the NBA.
Karl Malone's pursues a milestone as the Cornhuskers open defense of their Big 8 title in Stillwater, where the Cowboy fans hope they have something to smile about. A 31-game winless streak versus Nebraska. Then this Saturday, the college football spotlight will be on Tallahassee for the Sunshine Showdown. Dominant Derek Brooks and the #1 Noles have issued a challenge to their nemesis from Miami. On the line, both teams' national title hopes and the prayers and the nightmarish ghosts of past Seminole heartbreak. Then out west, the comeback kids from Cal can't savor their stunning win any longer with Washington waiting, and Eastern eyes are suddenly on Don Nehlen's ears as they face fellow unbeaten Louisville. We'll kick it all around next. And now, the Weekend Kickoff Show with your host, Chris Fowler. Hi, and welcome. Less than 20 minutes away from the Cornhuskers and the Cowboys is the pride of Hastings, Nebraska. Tom Osborne goes for win number 200. He has never lost to the guys from Oklahoma State, and also extra motivation to try to keep alive that streak of 9 road victories in our ESPN Thursday night games. As always, we welcome the coach Lee Corso, the Pony, and the Patriot Craig James, also known as the Beavis and Butthead of college football. Hey, this is the game we've waited all season to talk about. Miami and Florida State. Every player on both sides has promised to leave every ounce of energy on the field. They say they don't care if they're packed in ice, if they have IVs in their arms, if they have to be carried off the field. This is the game they wait for. Now, Miami hasn't been this big an underdog since before they were Miami in '79. But it's the Seminoles who have something to prove.
We thought we outplayed them last year and got beat. We thought we outplayed them the year before and got beat. All right, now here you are, big favorite. There's a psychological barrier there. Well, no care how you play, you can't beat Miami. So we need to defeat that. That's going to be have to be careful of that.
Both players on both sides wait for so long for this one. For many, it's the defining moment in their college career.
I never felt this way before about a game. This game is everything to me. I mean, it's gonna bring tears to my eyes come Saturday morning. I'm ready for this game. I'm ready.
Yeah, believe it. He wanted to hit me, our camera guy, everybody. So many factors in this game.
No question. Florida State will put pressure on Miami in all phases of the game. Offense, defense, kicking, and trying to win, finally, the fourth quarter battle. And the reason that's important is Florida State has not scored a touchdown in the fourth quarter in the last 2 years, only field goals. And another thing, the fatigue factor this year should be good for Florida State, because with Ward in the shotgun, Miami might fold as they did against Colorado. Now, Florida State will use also the I formation with the tailback and run at Miami inside the red zone with Charlie Ward rolling out. They're going to try to score inside the red zone because you can see of 9 times in the last 2 years, only 1 touchdown. Missed field goals have hurt Florida State. Not scoring touchdowns has beat them against Miami. This is Warwick Dunn right here. Notice the kind of play they'll run right at Miami. But this is the secret. Watch Charlie Ward fake that same play. Now watch this play. He's gone, and he hits Lonnie Johnson in the end zone for a touchdown. Florida State's got to do more of that. Now, this game is going to be closer than most people think, including my friend, because Miami will spread the Florida State defense out and run directly at them, and Miami can kick field goals. Greg, I like Florida State in this one. 5, not touchdowns, 5 points in the fourth quarter.
So you're telling me now that Miami has a running game. Okay, we'll learn something here tonight. Florida State is not even going to be close first, second, or third quarter because of Charlie Ward and the no-huddle, shotgun-oriented offense. It gives him a chance to see the coverage, and it reacts a lot quicker. You'll see the blitz. It's going to come from the outside. It gives Ward and halfback Warwick Dunn a side adjust. Let the guy go. He can't get to Ward because he was in the shotgun. And Dunn or any other Florida State tailback will own the open field. Free safeties, linebackers, when they're put on an island like that, they cannot get out to the flat and cover any of those tailbacks at Florida State. Makes you wonder, will Miami try to do some kind of tactic like that?
I say Seminole mental toughness, the difference this year, 27-17. Now, it was raining today, but only a 20% chance of rain on Saturday. That would help Florida State if it doesn't rain. We'll break this game down Saturday morning, 11:30 Eastern on College Game Day, basically a half-hour pregame show before the kickoff. Another big ball game. It's back to earth time for Cal after that 30-point comeback against Oregon because Washington has beaten them 12 straight times. It's a matchup of the 2 former coordinators under Don James, Gilbertson and Lambright. Gilbertson, the Husky job might have been his had he stayed. Lee, he has certainly showed his offensive expertise at Cal.
But Chris, a lot of good news at Cal last week offensively. Quarterback Dave Barr threw for over 360 yards in that game. In the fourth quarter alone, he threw 2 touchdown passes and a 2-point conversion to beat Oregon. The bad news is Cal's defense gave up over 600 yards to Oregon. My friend, that is no way that Washington's going to lose that one. They've got too much offensive and defensive balance. They'll beat Cal by at least a touchdown.
I agree with that, too, now. But here's the thing. Cal, the worst thing that could have happened to them happened this week. Washington's top wide receiver, Jason Shelley, was suspended, which means Napoleon Kaufman, one of the most talented players in college football, will get the football, and they're going to pound them and pound them. Last weekend, Oregon had 290 yards rushing against Cal. It could be uglier.
The Bears, barely one of those unbeaten teams. There are a lot of in Division 1A football. Still 18 unbeaten teams as they go into Week 6. Now, last year, through 6 weeks, only 10 unbeaten, untied teams. Some softer schedules, less upsets so far this season. We'll talk about a couple of those unbeatens when we continue. Louisville going into Morgantown to take on the Mountaineers of West Virginia, and also the Red River rivalry. Oklahoma, still unbeaten, will battle Texas. Back in a minute.
biggest rivalry in college football. ESPN College Game Day covers all the angles on Miami and Florida State. Plus, take a look at the improbable Cal Bears this week on College Game Day.
The Weekend Kickoff Show is brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers, who reminds you, friends know when to say when.
Clear skies over Stillwater. Last week we gave you a traffic report in San Diego. There's never any traffic in Stillwater, so there's a look at the weather. Huskers and the Cowboys are coming up. Meanwhile, in Morgantown, Louisville takes on West Virginia, two excellent quarterbacks who should someday play on Sunday, Jeff Brom and Jake Kelchner. The Cards, should they win this one, should be 8-0 when they play in Neyland Stadium on November 6th. Very interesting game.
Yeah, Chris, let me tell you a little bit about Louisville. I think that Howard Schnellenberger is one of the top 6 coaches in all of football, including the pros. He's that good. Why? He's had great training. He worked for Bear Bryant. He worked for George Allen. He worked for Don Shula. He's gotten results. He won a national title in 1983 at Miami. He took the University of Louisville and beat Alabama in the Fiesta Bowl 34-7. I was at Louisville. This guy's a winner. He's a heck of a football coach. And because of him, I know that I think that they can beat West Virginia. But close, my friend.
Yeah, we had West Virginia fans haunting us last weekend after that. But, hey, West Virginia's coming off a big emotional victory over Virginia Tech. It's tough to get up for 2 weeks in a row like that. Plus, Louisville kind of hanging in the weeds. These guys have had 2 weeks to get ready for this football game. They were sloppy last weekend against Pitt, had a lot of penalties. They had to call back touchdowns. These guys will be ready. I agree with the coach on it. Schnellenberger's absolutely good.
It's scary. It's unanimous. Oklahoma takes on Texas. The Sooners' 18 starters got food poisoning on the ride home last week. That'll be nothing compared to the bitter taste in their mouth if they lose to Texas once again. A loss would undo all that Gary Gibbs has accomplished in his 4-0 start so far, Chris.
This is probably the biggest game for OU each and every year for one big reason, recruiting. 13 of the 22 starters at OU are from Texas, including a star on the defense, linebacker Aubrey Beavers, who is an unbelievable talent. The guy can run around and make plays that scares folks. You'll see him here at the bottom of your screen, and he'll defy everything. He reads it. He gets back out to the outside, makes the play. This guy has NFL skills already and is a tremendous mismatch for college players. Texas is proud of their running game, but that was against Rice last weekend. Beavers and company will shut down Texas runners. There has not been a Texas runner go over 100 yards in 10 years. And they won't do it again this week.
Well, you know, another thing about Gary Gibbs, he made a smart move. I think the best move he's made since he's been at Oklahoma. Off-season, he hired Watson Brown to be his offensive coordinator. Now with Cale Gundy, they've done a great job. Gundy has only had 2 interceptions in the last 90 passes. I think Brown, I think Gundy, I think Oklahoma beats Texas by 7 points.
And if he does, he won't have to worry about moving vans outside of his house, for at least for a long time. Oklahoma and Texas is one of your pay-per-view options, courtesy of ABC and ESPN. Here's a complete breakdown of the others.
ESPN and ABC Sports gives you the choice of blockbuster college football games this weekend on pay-per-view. Beginning in the Southwest-Southeast region, watch a classic cross-state rivalry as 10th-ranked Oklahoma travels to the Longhorn State to play Texas. Tyrone Wheatley, coming off a big performance last week, is looking to repeat this time against a tough interstate rival as 9th-ranked Michigan travels to East Lansing to play the Spartans of Michigan State. Available on pay-per-view. This Michigan State matchup can be seen over the air on ABC in the Midwest, Eastern, and South Florida region. Moving on to the Western region, watch a Pac-10 matchup over the air on ABC as 14th-ranked Washington travels to California to play the 15th-ranked Golden Bears. ESPN and ABC Sports brings the college football fan a choice of the very best games every weekend. You can see one or more of these games this weekend on pay-per-view. Call your local cable operator for more details.
Closing in on kickoff for the Huskers and the Cowboys, Trev Alberts, 8 sacks already this year, a big-time player in the Husker defense. Michigan, their first road game of the year. The Wolverines face a Michigan State team that's had 2 weeks to get ready. You know about Tyrone Wheatley, but Craig Thomas and Dwayne Goulbourne give Michigan State a good 1-2 punch. Thomas is tough. He can also break the big gainers. 24 straight years, the team with the most rushing yards has won this game.
BYU, UCLA, new quarterback king at BYU is John Walsh. Top target, Eric Drage, holds the touchdown receiving record at BYU. San Diego State had early success throwing against UCLA last week. The Bruins settle down, and they will again this weekend.
Florida at LSU. Florida's pass defense has given up 7 touchdown passes in the past 2 games. This year, they've allowed 6 touchdowns, over 50 yards per play. With that defense, they're still unbeaten. Can Steve Spurrier coach offense or what?
Yes, he can, Lee. We'll get a look at that fun and gun. The 5th-ranked Gators at LSU is our primetime game at 7:30 Eastern Time. Extra points this week. So we're going to focus on some guys who don't get much publicity. But first, a guy who's gotten a lot of publicity, not for playing football, but for leaving practice. And John Sacca apparently has left Penn State's football team. That, according to his father, Sacca lost the starting quarterback job to Kerry Collins a couple of weeks ago. He has been tormented by some taunting from students on campus. Meanwhile, LaShawn Johnson of Northern Illinois is brilliant. He says he won't watch ESPN. We don't talk about him. We're talking about him now. 322 rushing last week. Steve Air McNair of Alcorn State. He's a threat to run as well, but he also throws well. He's got the week off. And Keith Elias of Princeton, the atypical Ivy Leaguer, leads 1AA, 164 yards rushing a game. He takes on Brown this weekend. We will come back with more of our quick hitters as we move towards Nebraska and Oklahoma State. And the beleaguered Mighty Dog tries to stage a comeback when we continue. Miami, enough said. You can't give them almost 2 touchdowns.
Nebraska's offensive line is big. 4 of the 5 guys weigh over 300 pounds. Nebraska, Notre Dame, 2 best offensive lines. Nebraska wears down Oklahoma State.
As long as Oklahoma State's offense doesn't kill them, they will stay close in this game.
We shall find out. We'll see at halftime with the blitz, but now it's off to Stillwater, and here's Brad Nessler. Brad?
We're at Lewis Field in Stillwater, and tonight, Oklahoma State hosts their neighbors from the north. Number 7, Nebraska. The Cowboys looking to round up a gang of Cornhuskers, a powerful big red machine that's always been hard to corral. Number 7 on a mission and looking to defend their Big 8 Conference crown. Here come the Cornhuskers. And in 3-1 of the 1993 season. And hi, everybody. I'm Brad Nessler. Welcome to Stillwater. Tonight we open up Big 8 play. Oklahoma State's off to a 3-1 start, a rejuvenated program under Pat Jones. As for Nebraska, always a powerful machine. They're off to a perfect 4-0 start. Mike Gottfried, maybe it's a time for Pat and his group to find out how good they really are, and for Tom Osborne's troops to find out how good they can be.
Well, Brad, you're right. Nebraska had an open date last week, didn't play, so it gave them a chance to get some of their injured players well. Tommy Frazier is the option quarterback for Nebraska, has had a bad ankle. And when you're an option quarterback, you have to cut a lot downfield. Tonight, he'll be 100%. Calvin Jones, a fine tailback, was nicked up a little by injuries. He's 100% tonight. You'll see him on a tailback counter on this play, following 2 300-pound Nebraska linemen to the left with good running room. They like to run the football. They're averaging 284 yards rushing, leading the Big 8. Oklahoma State on the other side, rushing defense has only allowed 88 yards, so something's got to give tonight, Brad.
Well, Oklahoma State's going to hang it on that defense because as we keep up with the Joneses, if you will, tonight, Oklahoma State's got a precocious quarterback out there. Tony Jones will watch him tonight.
Well, Tony Jones is a freshman quarterback. Last year at this time, he was preparing his high school team to play Stillwater High School. He's a strong arm quarterback that can run the option. Statistically, he's thrown 35 passes so far this year. Not an interception yet, but he's going to get a true test tonight. The key for Oklahoma State is first down. They have to have success.
They've won 7 straight on their home turf at Lewis Field. To make it 8 in a row, they'll have to pull off a big upset over the number 7 team in the land. We'll find out if they can do it when we come back.
ESPN's Thursday Night CFA is brought to you by John Hancock, official life insurance sponsor of the 1994-1996 U.S. Olympic teams, and by Goodyear, #1 in tires.
By a national television audience. Getting ready for Thursday night activity from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Oklahoma State hosting Nebraska. Let's get the third member of our broadcast crew in here, the good doctor, Jerry Punch. Jerry.
Thank you very much, Bradley, and hello, everyone. You know, all Halloween is already 3 weeks away, but the faithful here in Oklahoma State and Stillwater are already conjuring up visions of the ghost of defense past. We're talking about back in the 80s when current All-Pro Leslie O'Neal led a Cowboy defense that held the Cornhuskers without a rushing touchdown for 2 consecutive years. Why the vision? Well, in the first 4 games of 1993, the Cowboys have not allowed a single rushing touchdown. In fact, they currently lead the Big 8 in 3 out of 4 defensive categories. Their trick tonight will be for Butkus candidate Keith Burns and company to somehow corral a very potent Cornhusker offense. Their treat, if they can pull it off, to preserve a streak where they have not lost a single game on their home turf since November of 1991. And, oh, by the way, they may just receive a national ranking for the first time in 5 years. Brad?
All right, Jerry, that defense will get a look at Nebraska's offense to open the game. Pat Jones, a winning as coach at Oklahoma State. He reached that plateau with a victory last week. And on the other side of the field, looking for win number 200, which puts him in some pretty impressive company, is Tom Osborne in his 21st season at Nebraska. A little windy, so Oklahoma State's going to have to hold it for their kicker. The Cowboys won the toss, deferred to the second half. Nebraska set to receive, and we're underway in Stillwater. Baron Miles, 5 yards deep, and he won't bring it out. Touchback. Nebraska will work offensively from its own 20-yard line. So the Cornhuskers bring it out under Tommy Frazier, their sophomore quarterback, who this time a year ago was just starting to shine for Tom Osborne. And he's added the passing punch to an always tremendous ground attack. First down, Nebraska from the 20. Calvin Jones gets a quick 6. Ainsley and Williams let him have it. It'll be 2nd and 4. Let's take a look at the McDonald's starting lineups offensively for Nebraska. You've seen Calvin Jones already. Healthy for the first time since game 1. He joins Frazier and Schlesinger. Gerald Armstrong, the tight end, only 6 catches, 3 for touchdowns with Dixon and Muhammad. And pick a 300-pounder up front. Zadeska is one of them, a 2-time academic All-American as well with Lundberg, Malin, Stye, and Wiegert. And it's 2nd down and 4 Nebraska. And Jones has a first down as he crossed the 30 near the 31. Defensively for Oklahoma State, up front Jason Gilden, the Cowboys' career sack leader with Langford, Green, and Williams. Behind them, Richie Ainsley already in on a tackle. He's their leading tackler. Burns, a Butkus candidate, and Hardin, the other linebacker. And little Scott Harmon in the secondary. More interceptions than anybody else in the Big 8 in the last 2 years with Criddle, Werner, and Williams.
Brad, Nebraska really has a size advantage in the offensive line against the defensive front of Oklahoma State. They're just going to try to play smash mouth football against this Oklahoma State defense.
Now the smash already hit the mouth of Richie Ainsley, who's been in on 2 tackles, but he still hasn't gotten up after the last play. There he is. We said he came in as a leading tackler on this club, 40 on the season, and he's up to 42, but right now he's not sure if his number is 40 or 42. Well, they'll help him off. He's one of the main cogs of that highly ranked defense that Jerry talked about. And that's all Pat Jones needs, is for his defense to get banged up. It'll be a first down, Nebraska. Their initial first down of the ball game on 2 Calvin Jones runs, good for 10 yards plus. Lone wide receiver is Muhammad. Frazier appears to change things up at the line on first down. The counter. Jones, great move in the open field. They got 5. Hobbs, who just checked in for Ainsley, joins Burns on the tackle.
Tailback counterplay, you see Tommy Frazier's numbers, 32 completions, 60 attempts for 4 touchdowns and only 1 interception. Where he becomes dangerous, Brad, is because they run the ball so effectively, eventually he's going to play action pass and there'll be a receiver running wide open downfield.
As Mike said, Tommy Frazier also healthy for the first time since the first play of the opening game. That's when he turned that ankle. 2nd and 5, Nebraska on the option. And here comes Frazier. First down, Cornhuskers. He bounces out to the 44-yard line. Scott Harmon put the stop on it.
Well, Brad, you just mentioned it. Tommy Frazier's healthy. We're going to run the option to the short side of the field. The guard pulls, the fullback lead blocks, and Tommy Frazier wasn't going to pitch that ball at all. He was going to carry it the whole way.
What a dimension. Frazier, the sophomore out of Bradenton, Florida. And that's what he can do on the ground, and that's what he's not even healthy. First down, Nebraska. At its own 44-yard line. 3 wide receiver group. Dixon, Ball, and Muhammad.
And Frazier drops the ball, looking for the handle. Still loose. Oklahoma State with a chance, and they cut it at the 24. Javon Langford's got it.
That's the strategy you have to have on defense if you're Oklahoma State. Make them go 80 yards. You figure they'll make a mistake. Tommy Frazier just drops the football. There was not an exchange problem. He just pulled out, dropped the football, then it gets kicked. Javon Langford, number 89, with the recovery.
Exactly what Oklahoma State was hoping for. An early turnover to try to help their young offense. And that young offense comes up to the 24-yard line of Nebraska. And there's the freshman, the true freshman, Tony Jones. Going to throw on first down, wide receiver screen. Working his way inside the 20 is Raphael Denson. Oklahoma State offensively. Tony Jones, you've seen his first pass, making his second career start with Spatz and Johnson. Shannon Culver, 26 yards a catch. Denson is dangerous too. We've already seen him and Derek Jones, the tight end. Another true freshman has his work cut out for him. Derek Linen has to try to slow down Trev Alberts, the Butkus nominee for Nebraska, with Greenlee, Hope, Orts, and Butler.
Flag on the field too, Brad. Looks like it's against Oklahoma State. Nebraska's pointing the other way.
Personal foul here. Personal foul here. Second down.
Offsetting will do
personal foul against Nebraska.
Tommy Frazier getting ready for the next chance. He had it going in the right direction for Nebraska on their opening series before a mishandled snap. And now Oklahoma State, second down.
It's after the play, Brad, so everything stays the same now. Second down for Oklahoma State.
And a long 3 to go. Already inside Nebraska's red zone. 3 wide receivers for Tony Jones. They go to the fullback, and he's got a first down. It's Mark Spatz. Nebraska, their defense looks like this. Trev Alberts, a Butkus nominee up front, 2 sacks shy of the Cornhuskers' all-time record with Jones, Raymakers, and Keneally. Mike Anderson didn't start at linebacker tonight. Darren Williams starts for him. Anderson under the weather with Beeler and Stewart. And in the secondary, Toby Wright, 2 interceptions. He's taken them both back for touchdowns. Joins Miles, Dumas, and Reese. First down, Oklahoma State.
Tony Jones is an option quarterback also, so he's dangerous down here.
Gives it off. And a loss on the play of the tailback, Daryl Johnson. Nice job defensively by Lorenzo Brinkley. It hasn't been many trips inside the 20 of the opposition this year for Oklahoma State, Mike, but they make them count.
9 possessions, 6 touchdowns, 3 field goals. And when you have a quarterback like Tony Jones, he can roll out, get on the corner, away from the blitz inside. So it's an advantage to get him outside.
Oklahoma State came in +5 in their turnover ratio. It's +6 effective with that fumble recovery. And now try to turn it into points. A loss of 2 on the play, 2nd and 12. Joe Jefferson this time. finds an opening off the left side to the 9. Toby Wright from the secondary helped on the tackle.
Nebraska's conscious of the option, too. You're going to see interior line play. The guard, Anthony Greenlee, pulls, gets a good block. Joe Jefferson hits the hole. A pretty good gain. Makes it 3rd and 7 now for Oklahoma State.
Play comes in from the bench. Shannon Culver brings it in. Let's see if they've called his number. He comes out to the left side. Raphael Denson, wide right. 3rd down and 7. There's the pass, and it's tipped. It was intended for Culver and broken up by Toby Wright. Boy, if he had brought that one in, he'd had his 3rd touchdown.
A little high for him, but he just was able to get his hand on it to deflect the ball. Oklahoma State with a one-back offense, almost a sure passing situation. You see the hand of Toby Wright deflect the ball.
Great play by Wright. Had he not made it, it may have been an OSU touchdown. As it is, they'll try a 26-yard field goal from Lawson Vaughn. He hasn't missed all year, and he still hasn't missed. Oklahoma State doesn't get 7, but they cash in on the turnover. And Pat Jones, Cowboys, with 10:48 left first quarter, up 3.
ESPN's Thursday Night CFA is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, where safety, reliability, and performance are never optional. And by American Airlines, something special in the air.
Nebraska down 3 with 10:48 to go first quarter. Again, the turnover led to a 15-yard, 6-play drive, a little over 2 minutes for Oklahoma State to get the field goal. Scott Tyner's got it teed up for the 2nd time tonight. Corey Dixon and Byron Miles back deep for Nebraska. This one will go to Dixon at the 3. Straight ahead, flag down as he bursts to the 30, but I think they're going to bring this back on an illegal block. They'll back it up inside the 20. And let's go down to Jerry Punch. Doc?
Gentlemen, in the previous series, senior middle linebacker Richie Ansley got hit helmet to helmet, came off the field a little bit wobbly and woozy. He sat on the bench. The doctors talked to him a little bit. He is cleared, and he has put the helmet back on and headed back into the ball game. They can ill afford to lose him. He is a very valuable part of this Cowboy defense. Back upstairs.
Played every linebacker position in his stay in Stillwater, and he's looking to the sideline to make the call. The call will come at the Nebraska 8-yard line. Jones and Fiala behind Frazier. Calvin Jones got a couple, that's all.
Bill Miller, the defensive coordinator, Brad, has to be happy about his start because what he wants to do to Nebraska is make them work the length of the field and take time off the clock. Do not give them a big play because you can't give this offense a big play. They'll break it wide open.
He was telling us that's against the norm. Normally you don't want to see 12, 14 play drives from the opposition. He says we want to make these guys work. Last time it did was they dropped the ball after a couple of first downs. 2nd and 8. On the option, Frazier tracks, and down he goes. Gilden is there to meet him first. Langford helped him out. It'll be 3rd down and long, Nebraska.
Just a quick option, a down-the-line option to the short side of the field, but number 89, Yvonne Langford, plays Tommy Frazier all the way. He took away the option, Brad. He didn't allow him the chance to pitch the ball.
3rd down and 9, Nebraska. And there's that run defense that Mike talked about in the open, ranked 12th in the country. So far, they haven't given up much to Nebraska. 3rd and long, motion on the defensive front. Penalty markers. And the whistles are blown. Finally, play is stopped. It looked like Oklahoma State came in on the defensive side unless they were drawn off.
Dead ball foul.
Ball start on the offense. And they were.
Sometimes when you travel on the road in a Thursday night ball game, this kind of start is what you expect. But watch in Nebraska, I don't see a lot of movement there. It looked like to me number 99, Kelvin Ingram from Oklahoma State may have made the move.
May have gotten a gift. What Nebraska has been handed is a 3rd and 14. And if Frazier throws, it'll be from his own end zone. He's going to keep it on the ground, and Jones goes down in his tracks. It's Langford again. What a series he's had.
Defense has only allowed 88 yards a game rushing the football, so it's a run offense in Nebraska versus the run defense of Oklahoma State. Look at penetration. Number 89, Yvonne Langford just slips inside the block of the Nebraska line.
And it'll bring out Byron Bennett to punt from his own end zone. And I mean, his back foot's on the back line. Scott Harmon in return formation for the Cowboys. Great punt. Harmon backpedals to the 43. What a kick. And nice coverage by Nebraska as well. But still, after a 53-yard kick, Oklahoma State will have great field position on offense. When we come back, they're up 3. 3-0 Oklahoma State, and the ball back in their offense, chomping at the bit from its own 46-yard line. Penalty markers down before the snap. Greenlee on the left side for Oklahoma State. May have been the man that moved.
Dead ball foul. Ball start on the offense. First down.
You're right, Brad. Anthony Greenlee, number 55, the left guard, just hedges a little bit. Teach your defensive linemen, as soon as there's movement, go over and hit them.
I'll tell you what I think did that. They were waiting for the whole time out. They haven't been on TV in 5 years, man. They wanted to play offense. Finally, they had to wait and got up there. Now it's 1st and 15. Trying to throw the wide receiver screen left side. Intended for Raphael Denson, incomplete.
Interesting on Tony Jones. Mike Gundy, the quarterback coach, ran a camp over in Tulsa, and he had Tony Jones in his camp. It was a skilled players camp, and after the week was over, he offered him a scholarship, and they battled. That's Mike Gundy with the headset on, who calls the offensive plays. And we asked him if he considered OU, and he says, I was an OU fan, but I wanted to come to Oklahoma State.
Mike Gundy says, after I saw him 3 days in camp, I was more than willing to offer him a scholarship. They really like the looks of this kid. Off play action. He's in trouble now, but shows his mobility. Incomplete. Thrown intended for Fred Thomas.
When you have a freshman quarterback, I'm sure Nebraska's going to try to heat him up tonight with a lot of blitzes. Dante Jones, number 84, is going to come from the right side, pressure and beats the tackle, but just forces him out of the pocket. Now, instead of running the football, as being a freshman, he decides to throw the ball, but there's no one there. So they'll try to force him into bad decisions all night.
Third down, 15. And Nebraska loading up, shows blitz. They don't come with it, but they get enough pressure from the group up front. Jones, he completed it to the 38-yard line to Darrell Boogie Johnson. 21 yards on the pass play.
Everything's gone wrong for Tom Osborne in Nebraska because they really did get pressure on him, but they ran into each other in the backfield. Gave Tony Jones a chance to escape and then throw the ball down the field. A good defensive call by Charlie McBride, but just didn't execute on Tony Jones. Tony Jones sets up the pass, but watch the pressure. Now watch them collide. The two Nebraska players collide. Dante Jones and Trevor Alberts. What a catch.
And a first down. On a 3rd and 15, they pick up 21. Here comes a blitz from the corner. Flags down. Johnson in the open field. And he gallops down to the 11-yard line. Motion, Cowboys erases a 27-yard romp. Culver shaking his head. He's the guy that moved early.
He's a wide receiver, and he's got an official right beside him.
The game's tough enough without having an official right next to you.
2 feet away, he could have been able to reach out and hold him. Shaking his head. He knows he made a mistake that cost his ball club.
So instead of 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line, it is 1st and 15 back at the 42. Jones, play action, steps inside the rush. He'll try to get what he can, and boy, you got a whole bunch of Toby Wright. Wright is a big hitter.
Coaches like Toby Wright. They say he's a big play guy, and he'll just knock you silly from the secondary. Number 3, 6'1", 200-pound safety. Second on Nebraska with 27 tackles this season.
Exactly what they said. He'll knock you silly, and he almost did on Tony Jones. Brings up 2nd and 15. Jones got back to the original line of, not the original line of scrimmage, but that line of scrimmage at the 42. 3 wideouts.
Johnson, big hole, right side. Floats to a first down. His given name's Darryl. His nickname's Boogie, and I'm telling you, he is boogieing so far in the first quarter.
Darryl Johnson, number 23, the tailback's going to start in this direction, but where they're having some success is the cutback lane because Nebraska's overrunning it. You see him cut back, good blocking again by Brian Hope, the center, number 56.
Brings up 3rd down and a yard. Darryl Johnson on the season, having a good night so far. Last time they gave it to the fullback in short yardage. Jefferson has it. He's got a first down to the 25. Terry Keneally cut him off his pins, but not before he got 5 yards.
They have Nebraska on the run, Brad, but they need to get the end zone for a touchdown here. They can't afford another field goal where they get stopped because you know Nebraska's explosive. It's an explosive offense. They're going to get going here pretty soon, but they need to punch this in for a touchdown.
First down and 10 on the Nebraska. 7th play in the current drive. Under 6 minutes, first quarter, 3-0 Cowboys, and looking for more at the Cornhusker 25-yard line. Johnson got a couple. Trev Alberts hit him low. And there's the kid we talked about, a Butkus candidate, an All-American. Tom Osborne says, I don't know if I've ever had one better than this kid. And they've had some great ones.
Number 34, Trev Alberts, blocked first of all by number 32. Roger Franks comes off the block, is able to make the tackle. Tom Osborne says he has a great first step.
They think a better first step than the guys like Roderick Thomas and Neil Smith, and you go down the list. There have been some pretty good guys that have played out there, and Trev Alberts, another in the long line.
I'd say that's a pretty good first step.
Yep, that is.
Oklahoma State slow getting the play in on this play.
You're going to have to hustle down to 7 on the clock, and it's 2nd and 7 on the field, and they're going to take a timeout. Down to 2 seconds on that clock, and wisely, Tony Jones says, I'm going to go over and talk to the coach. We'll talk to you when we come back.
Motorola pager.
Never miss a meeting. Mom's at home. Thank you. All right, you got the pager number, right? We're going.
A Motorola pager lets you stay in touch with the important people in your life while doing the things important to you. The affordable, portable Motorola pager.
Life goes on.
Call USA Paging and begin controlling your time today.
Oh, I'm not only the heckler president, I'm also a client. If your hair is thinning like mine was, call now for your free video.
The first thing my wife said when she saw it, that I looked 10 years younger. That was the first words out of her mouth. Not hello, not hi.
I feel good about myself when I get up in the morning. It's easy to maintain and manage.
So call now for your free video on Hair Club's developments in dealing with thinning hair. To help our clients, see how this free video can help you too.
I'm a proud Pac-10 graduate.
Now I'm living on the East Coast. Lucky for me, this season I can still get those great Pac-10 matchups I used to get out west.
If your favorite ABC game is not available locally, you can order it on pay-per-view. Here are this Saturday's games. ESPN ABC College Football Pay-Per-View, the only way to see it all.
I think my offensive line can protect me, so I'm not worried about Trev Alberts. The secondary, that's what I'm worried about because they'll blitz, and I'm worried about the two safeties actually. So when I come up to the line, I'm going to look for the safeties and not Trev Alberts. I think my lineman can handle him.
So far, they've done a pretty good job. Tony Jones' mobility has really helped the cause. 2nd down and 7. Cowboys leading 3-0. 5:04 left first quarter. Denson in motion. Jones throws to him in the flat. And he's got a first down. Ernie Beeler made the tackle, but Raphael Denson got enough.
Because they've had good field position, they've been able to give Tony Jones some short throws. Here he hits Raphael Denson coming out of the backfield. Number 22, just a short, safe throw. And because they've had good field position, Brad, they've been able to start him off very positively tonight.
Remember, we told you every time in the red zone of the opposition this year, OSU has scored. They have added to that tonight in 10 trips inside the 20. 6 touchdowns, 4 field goals. They're back inside the 15 again. Johnson got a couple. Mike Minner from the secondary made first contact. Billy Wade helped him out on the tackle.
They have not run an option play yet, Oklahoma State, and they really run the same option play that Nebraska runs. They took it off the tape of Nebraska, and wouldn't be surprised now if Tony Jones goes to the option.
The drive started at the 46. It's traveled 40 yards in 4 minutes. 2nd down, 9. 2 tight end set for the Cowboys. The fullback, Jefferson. Trev Alberts made that play. He made the first contact, and then Terry Connealy and company cleaned up.
Well, Mike Gundy talked about Trev Alberts the other day, and he said the quarterbacks were watching tape, and they said he plays hard every play. He tries to make every single tackle, and he gives you a problem on every play. And you see he beat the block of Anthony Greenlee, number 55, to make that play.
Brings up 3rd and long. 8 to go for Oklahoma State with 3:25 left first quarter. Again, Nebraska thinking about a blitz. Jones on a little option of his own. In a lot of trouble, and somehow found enough of a seam to get out of bounds, and Trev Alberts comes all the way from the other side to make the tackle.
Good sign for Nebraska defensively. Charlie McBride, Bruce Moore, number 90, makes the play, but they're able to hold him again, Brad, from getting the touchdown, forcing them into another field goal. Good pursuit by the Nebraska defense. Mike Anderson's into the game, number 48, make the tackle.
Lawson Vaughn has already hit from 26. This one from 29. Perfect on the year until now. Oh, no, we got that one, too. I thought it was going wide left. Vaughn tucked it in there. 6-0. Oklahoma State.
Those are good when you're at home.
3:06 to go first quarter. Oklahoma State with a couple of field goals.
Nokia. It remembers because it's human to forget.
Maria?
Nokia. Connecting people.
No matter how hot that car looks, the wrong gasoline could make your performance fizzle. May we suggest high-octane Chevron Supreme The only premium with tech relief to help fire up your performance. Chevron, simply smarter.
We thought we'd been everywhere, seen everything. We were wrong.
We're not to the bone. We're not to the bone.
These guys were weird, and we liked it. Later, they took us to the Tower of Bug. Brother, tomorrow we ride again.
On the sideline, Lawson Vaughn just added another field goal. I thought he missed this thing.
Well, it's close. It's close by inches. Lawson Vaughn, number 13, kicks the football. Now watch how close it is. Stop it right there. It's right over the bar, but at home they're good. They always give it to them at home.
It's Lewis Field. It's not Lincoln. Corey Dixon, a yard deep, and he'll bring it out.
Nice hit on the special teams. And it's Lewis Adams who makes that hit.
42 yards on the scoring drive in 12 plays. And Lawson Vaughn, the aforementioned field goal, makes it 6-0.
Field position's not been good for Nebraska. 20-yard line twice and inside at one time, but now you'd expect their offense to take control. 20, the 8, and the 18.
And all their plays have mustered 4 yards against that fired-up Cowboy defense. Jones, boy, it's still tough. Got 2.
That's all.
When you get Nebraska backed up inside their 20-yard line, then you have an advantage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 right here. So you had 8 defensive players in the box to make it tough for Nebraska to run. Tommy Frazier's either going to have to run the option or throw the football against that 8-man front.
Let's see if he throws on 2nd and 8. He's not going to have time. Well, he bought himself some time. And he shows his mobility. And a penalty marker, a personal foul on Link Harden after the play. He just flat ran Tommy Frazier too far out after a 17-yard scramble.
What was Pat Jones talking about the other day? They knock him into the drain here at the state. What they call it? A drain what?
A drain shot, yeah.
Drain shot. They tried to knock him into the drain here. Real close to the corner, but Tommy Frazier makes a bad play into a good play, but you see he's out of bounds now. Link Harden has to let go. There's the pull down out of bounds and the penalty call.
Yeah, you just can't have that far out.
And you don't usually like to do that when you're near Nebraska's bench either.
That's true. A lot of white jerseys over there. So it's into OSU territory for the first time tonight for Nebraska. 10 runs, they haven't put it up yet.
And when they throw it off a play action, I'll guarantee you somebody be wide open.
Penalty markers down again. Seen a lot of flags here in the first quarter.
Thought that comes to mind, Brad, is the open date. Sometimes it can be a great thing for your team.
Dead ball foul. False start on the offense. First down.
The plus is it gives you time to heal. But the negative is, like Tom Osborne said last week, they only practiced 3 days. Sometimes you lose your timing and it takes a little while to get it back.
Even with the guys getting healthy, they didn't see much of the practice field. And so it backs it up to 1st and 15. Back in their own territory. 2:19 left first quarter, 6-0 Cowboys. Frazier keeps it, finds himself an opening, and he hustles his way to the 40. A couple yards short of the first down. Charlie Werner made the tackle, but he got 13.
Got a key block from Rob Zadeska, number 56. Tommy Frazier on an option play where there really wasn't a tailback coming around. You see Zadeska, number 56, 6'5", 300 pounds. They have 4 300-pound linemen.
Cowboys haven't given up a touchdown in the first quarter all year. They're a minute and 40 seconds away from being able to continue that boast. And they've got the top rushing unit
year in and year out in the country looking at him. And Frazier finally goes to the air, and Muhammad's got a first down at the 30. Frazier hits Muhammad. How many times did we hear that in the 70s? But it was Ali and Joe, and this is Tommy and and a personal foul going against Nebraska.
Roughing the passer.
Personal foul, roughing the passer against Oklahoma State.
CFA doubleheader Saturday, Ohio State and Illinois. Bob Hoying and company taking on the Fighting Illini. Ohio State's moved up to number 6 in the country. And then it's Florida and LSU. Mike and Ron will be there to bring you that one. As Florida with one of the best receiving corps in the nation. And also Eric Rett, who can do it all in their backfield. The personal foul against Oklahoma State, roughing the passer. Pat Jones hanging his head on the sideline.
Can Ohio State handle Illinois?
I think so, but they haven't been able to for John Cooper yet, but they're a pretty powerful group. 3 tight ends set Nebraska, another pretty powerful group right here, looking for its first points of the night. Frazier keeps it. Paid the price for the keeper. Got about 4. Jason Gilden ran him down from the backside, along with Scott Harmon from the secondary.
The strength of the Oklahoma State defense is they run real well. They're not big, but they run from sideline to sideline, so they should be able to play the option fairly well. Jason Gilden, number 83, will make this play, but if you run at them, you have the size advantage, and also I think eventually you have to get to their secondary with some play action passes.
The one pass tonight, that was Frazier to Muhammad. 2nd down and 6, Nebraska at the OSU 11. Blitz coming on the counter to Jones, and he's knocked off his pins by little Scott Harmon. There's a kid that can play. Senior, only 5'8", 190, but he will always be around the ball. And I think that not giving up a touchdown in the first quarter is going to hold for another one here.
I would say it's a safe bet unless there's a timeout call. Right. Keith Burns was on a blitz on the last play, and he really destroyed the blocking of Nebraska.
Cornhuskers will have 3rd down and long on the other end as Coach Jones says, boys, let's take it the other way. We played a quarter, and the Cowboys at home lead by 6.
They brought 3 receivers to one side, ran off the outside receivers. Abdul Mohammed, number 27, is wide open. Tommy Frazier just overthrows him. But I'm going to tell you something, Brad. It's not, I mean, there's a big crown on this football field. When you throw from the middle, I don't know if we can show it a little later, but it's a big crown. And when you're not used to it, you may be high on some throws from the middle to the outside.
Byron Bennett, 3 out of 4 on the year. And 28 yards out. The exact same spot that Vaughn kicked his from, and this one's good as well. So Byron Bennett gets Nebraska within a field goal. 14:52 to go first half. 199 wins walking the Nebraska sidelines in 21 seasons. Let's go to Jerry Punch. Jerry? Gentlemen, in 1971, when they expanded Lewis Field, because of the buildings around, they had to expand inwardly. The way they did it was they dug the field down 12 feet, got rid of a cinder track, and they expanded by adding 20 rows down toward the field. Now, what it's done here is gained some great seats here for the folks to watch a game, but it's posed a problem. Here is the corner of the end zone. 6.5 feet away, there's a concrete wall behind me. And, of course, above the wall, the animals. So, in order to run the fade here out of the end zone, it's going to take some special skill and a lot of courage. If you're not careful, you'll end up with a face full of concrete. Back upstairs.
Tell you what, you want to fade out there, and you might fade to black when it's over. That field is definitely crowned. We're looking from one side, and it's waist high on the other side of the field, much like the field at Oklahoma is much like this.
And that's when you're the quarterback and you're throwing from the middle of the field. You have to really aim it downhill. Tommy Frazier just let the ball go too high.
Tom Sealer will kick. Raphael Denson and Shannon Culver back deep for the Cowboys. Shannon Culver's going to field this one, but it's way back there, 9 yards deep, and he won't bring it out. 71-yard march for the Cornhuskers. Good-looking drive at 3:14, only one pass. Frazier to Muhammad. The other were 6 runs, and it set up Bennett from 28 yards out.
Now, Brad, if you're the defensive coordinator, Charlie McBride in Nebraska, now the field position's in your favor. You want to try to force the turnover. You want to make Tony Jones do something he's not used to.
Jones has been a cool customer so far for a kid making his second start ever. He's got 3 wide receivers on first down. He's 3 out of 6 throwing the ball so far. He's going to try another one. Screen pass. Nobody out there to screen, but still Joe Jefferson got about 6 yards. I don't know where his linemen were, but he did what he could. Little Joe Jefferson got out to the 26, almost the 27-yard line.
He was a tailback when he first came to Oklahoma State. They moved him to fullback, so he has very good hands as a fullback. He's more of a running, pass-receiving fullback. Just a little brush block on Dante Jones, number 84, the screen, but the linemen do not develop that screen. They're not ready to block.
That's Joe's first catch of the year. Good for 7 yards, 2nd and 3. And Nebraska jumps again. They blow it dead as the pass is out to Shannon Culver. And of course, the Cornhuskers said that they were drawn off. I don't think so this time, but we'll wait and see. Our referee, Terry Turlington.
You point anyway, even if you weren't.
You always try it. Boy, all that for an offside penalty against the Cornhuskers.
Bottom of your screen, they're going to call him Billy Wade, number 93. Sitting on the right guard, he just moves. Kind of embarrassing.
Out in there in no man's land, in the not-so-neutral zone.
Go on ball movement and tell all defensive coaches, watch the football.
No, a first down by penalty for Oklahoma State. So far, each team with 4 miscues. They're going to throw incomplete. That one intended for Chris Lofton.
Now they start heating him up a little bit, Brad. They start showing him some different things. They had him forced into a checkoff there. Tony Jones checked off to the streak route, but there was a bust by the wide receivers. Pat Jones, with a freshman quarterback, doesn't want to give him too much room to change plays to line of scrimmage because, as we said last year at this time, he was getting ready to play across town to high school.
That's right. In fact, his high school will be in town this weekend. There's Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator for Nebraska. 2nd and 10. Jefferson got it out close to the 35. And then got banged around by the front wall, led by Dante Jones, number 84. He's been a little banged up himself for Nebraska, back in there as a starter tonight.
They say when Trev Alberts leaves, Dante Jones will be the next great player in the defensive line for Nebraska.
3rd down 8. Dante will get in his stance and start bringing it on Tony Jones. Jones fires outside. If they give it forward progress, it's going to be a first down to Culver. And I think he got it.
I didn't think he gave him a bad spot, Brad. I really do. I think he had it, but the spot's not good. Depends who wins out here with the football.
Pat Jones didn't like that last step that the official took, I don't think.
We're going to have another conference.
Well, they'll take a look at this one. They won't have to bring the chains very far. See how crowned that field is right now. Not quite crowned enough. An inch to go. But an inch can be a mile against Nebraska sometimes, and Pat Jones knows that.
Shannon Culver, number 3, is going to make the catch. And then he is really going to get leveled by number 8, Tyrone Williams. But you see what the official is? He's behind. He can't see where the ball is.
Most coaches think officials can't see, period. Well, it's 4th down, and you saw how much. A chain length or two. And who knows? We still have a long ways to go with 12 and a half minutes to go in the first half. This could sway the ball game one way or another for a young Oklahoma State offense. And Tony Jones should have it as he followed his right guard, Alan Orts. First down, Cowboys.
Pat Jones realizes if he's had any chance to upset Nebraska, he has to put points on the board and keep Tommy Frazier off on the other sideline.
So now that field position that wasn't the greatest, starting at its own 20 for Oklahoma State. They've worked it out to almost the 42. First downs are even. Nice play fake, throwing to tight end, and he rumbles out to the 50. Derek Jones. That's only his 4th catch of the year.
What made the play was the fake by Tony Jones because he was able to draw the defensive end. Dante Jones inside. There was no one outside for Derek Jones. He just caught the football for another good pickup on first down. Oklahoma State's winning first down.
Mixing it up nicely. Second down and 3 at the 49. 6-3 Cowboys. Jefferson, big hole left side.
He's not a very big fullback, but he knows to head east-west. This doesn't run north-south, this stadium. He's got a first down.
If you're coaching for Nebraska right now, you have to be concerned about the layoff, the week off. Your team's just not reacting. See the trap up inside, Joe Jefferson. Again, a tailback who's moved to fullback. Reaction by the young freshman quarterback. Moving the Atlanta Braves chop.
First down. And the other fullback spats, and he found a big hole up the middle. And he barrels his way down to the 32-yard line. Toby Wright made the tackle. You know, you look back to last year, Mike, Oklahoma State only snapped the ball in Nebraska territory 3 times. Man, they're living in Nebraska territory in this first half.
And they got beat 55-0 and only threw 3 passes. But Pat Jones said, I was going to try to find a tailback in that game last year. I knew I couldn't beat him. Mark Spatz, Pat Jones had a good comment. He says he's tougher than a boot.
He just booted it for 6 yards. It's 2nd and 4. Blitz from the secondary. Toby Wright makes it pay off on the run force. At the 30-yard line, he makes the tackle. Tony Jones has some interested onlookers at this game, Jerry Punch.
Indeed, I have found Kelvin and Sheila Jones, who are the proud parents of sensational freshman quarterback Tony Jones from nearby Tulsa. Let me ask you, Dad, a year ago, your young man played against Stillwater High School in front of 5,000 folks. Tonight it's Sunrise, Nebraska, and national television. You talked to him a couple of days ago. What did he say?
Well, he had to remember to make his reads. He had to be poised, and he said the game was a lot faster than it is in high school.
The coaches said parents could take a lesson from how you two handle the recruiting process. You wouldn't let anyone meet with him outside the family home. You had to be there when they met. Why the strict philosophy?
We wanted the recruiting process to be enjoyable, and we did not want to let it get chaotic.
Got to ask you, Mom, he's had some success, but he still has a focus on what he wants to do. He's had some success, but he still is focused on what he wants to be after football.
Yes. Once Tony finishes his undergraduate work here at Oklahoma State, he intends to go on to law school.
Well, I tell you, a prime example of what great role models as parents can do for a young man. Brad?
You got to love that. Dad said, remember your reads. My dad used to say, don't call anymore for money. Drop play. Back to the line of scrimmage for David Thompson. That's it.
The other thing you have to realize in recruiting sometimes when you're recruiting a good player like Tony Jones is that you find out that both the mom and dad came to Oklahoma State. You're starting from a deficit to begin with.
So it's your sister, your aunt, your uncle, and everybody else.
Pat Jones had an in.
There's a good look at Tony.
Mentioning the recruiting guys, they wanted him to be able to have an open mind. They wanted to make the right decision for the right reasons, not an emotional decision about where he was going to school. That's why they made sure he met with everyone in the living room with them there. Back upstairs.
Tony says business management, and then maybe, who knows, law school. David Thompson cuts back. Got maybe 2 to the 25. Tony wants to take that business and that law school mix up, so I wouldn't mind being a sports agent. I said, there you go. There's some money there.
Might be able to represent himself.
Yeah. He's a very poised young man. 3rd down and long. We'll see his poise again with 8:10 left first half. 6-3 Pat Jones Cowboys. Surprising 7th-ranked Oklahoma, 7th-ranked Nebraska so far. There's how far they've gone. 6.5 minutes and a good-looking drive. Timeout for the Cowboys. That's their second. But they're getting down close and don't want to waste another opportunity. 7:55 left in the half.
They say Mozart composed from midnight to 7 a.m. Hemingway was at his best before noon. Edison, inspired by the dark. At Compaq, we understand that ideas aren't governed by a clock. That's why we're standing by 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer your computing questions. Galileo, definitely a night person. The 24-hour helpline from Compaq.
Trucks are a spiritual thing to me. Something you can depend on. It's just like, my best friend, I guess you might say.
Out on the ranch is where I'm at, and that's where I want the truck to work for me.
I need a truck that's rough like I am.
Introducing the all-new Mazda truck with a 4-liter V6 and a soul hatch. The new Mazda truck.
Saddle up and let's go dancing.
Mazda. It just feels right.
Mountain man survival skills. The basics. A true mountain man must have a keen sense of direction, a certain physical dexterity, and a talent for surviving the most unforgiving climates. Of course, nothing is more key to a mountain man's survival than plenty of smooth bush beer and easy drinking bush life. So, head for the mountains and learn how the mountain man survives even the most grueling conditions.
ESPN's Thursday Night CFA is brought to you by Mazda. Mazda, it just feels right. And by Budweiser, the king of beers, who reminds you, friends know when to say when.
Well, a long way to go, but if Oklahoma State can hold on to a lead, that place will be packed tonight. Eskimo Joe's. And they'll be selling some T-shirts downtown tonight in Stillwater.
Brad, keep your eye on Ed Stewart here, the defensive linebacker, number 32. You have to figure Charlie McBride is going to blitz Tony Jones on his 3rd and long.
Tony's handled it pretty well so far. 6 of 10 for 57 yards, and he's used 5 different receivers. He's got 3 of them out in the group for him here off play action. Screen Jefferson. First down. To the 13-yard line.
Tony Jones is now 7 of 11, but give the credit to Mike Gundy, who's calling the plays. He hasn't put him in any bad situations, all safe throws. That's Mike Gundy with the headset on. Bill Michael right beside of him. Just a fake, sprint draw. Now here's the screen, but now you're going to see a missed tackle by Nebraska. Number 5, Lorenzo Brinkley, misses the tackle and allows the first down.
At the 13 of the Cornhuskers. Spats. Close to the 8. Raymakers in on the tackle for Nebraska.
Well, they're going to make it tough on Tom Osborne to get this 200 victory, and I've got to admit, I'm 3 of those as he works his way up there, but that's almost like getting struck out by Nolan Ryan. There's a lot of company.
I said last night to Tom, whenever you get number 200, congratulations ahead of time. And Mike Godfrey looked at me and said, I'd like to have 3 of those back. 15th play of the Oklahoma State drive. 2nd and 6. Spats again. Good hold. Inside the 1. Toby Wright saved a touchdown.
Little trap play up inside. Anthony Greenlee again, number 55, the left guard with a good block. Number 55 blocks down and just everything caves in from Mark Spatz. Tougher than a boot. Moving the ball to the 1-yard line.
Spatz, the biggest back they have, 6'2", 230. First and goal, Cowboys. Touchdown! Lewis Adams. The first 2 times he touched the ball this year in the season opener, he put it in the end zone. The first time he touches it tonight, same story. Extra point is good. Oklahoma State, so far shocking number 7 Nebraska. They're up by 10.
You're looking at the most powerful import pickup ever built. The new 4-liter V6 Mazda truck. What all the beautiful people are driving this year.
What do all these police officers have in common?
My name is Patrolman James Newton, and I was shot once, Bob Parcell, and I was shot right above the heart.
Every year, more police officers are shot,
Point blank range.
yet fewer die, thanks to an innovative DuPont fiber called Kevlar in bullet-resistant vests.
Tina Dillard, and I was shot twice at close range.
Being a police officer is always going to be dangerous, but it doesn't have to be fatal. DuPont, better things for better living.
When I grow up, I'm going to play football at Notre Dame.
He had the courage to dream,
Someday I'm going to come out of that tunnel and I'm going to run onto this field.
the power to believe,
My son's going to Notre Dame!
the strength to fight.
You don't have to prove nothing to nobody except yourself.
You can do it, Rudy.
From the creators of Hoosiers.
You ready, Chair? I'm ready for this my whole life.
This is the unforgettable true story of Rudy. Rated PG. Starts Wednesday in select cities.
Behind every new Mazda truck is an unsurpassed 50,000-mile, 3-year basic warranty. And behind that, who knows?
Cowboys have added a touchdown. They're up 10, and here's how they got it in the end zone.
Well, Brad, when you run the jet play, you always tell the back to leap about a yard behind your offensive line. Yard and a half. Take off from that point. Lewis Adams, when he hits that point, he's up and over with a good lead block by Roger Franks, number 32. Roger Franks coming right at you. The good lead block, take off, touchdown.
Kid that was part of the Michigan Dream Team last year, Lewis Adams, averaged over 10 yards a carry in high school. This year, tried 13 carries, 15 yards, but 3 Oklahoma State touchdowns, including that last 1-yard job. 13-3. Brad Nessler, Mike Gottfried, and Jerry Punch with you in Stillwater. Nice kickoff. 80-yard march. That's how far Nebraska will have to go. They'll start from the 20. It took 16 plays, 8:25. They mixed it up beautifully, and Adams took it in from 1 yard out. Look at that time of possession. Twice as long in the hands of the hometown Cowboys.
Have just dominated the first half. With 6:27 to go on the clock, Tommy Frazier has to get busy.
First down, Nebraska from its own 20. Calvin Jones. Quick 7 up the middle before Keith Burns made the tackle.
They had a lot of success about the first 4 running plays where they ran Calvin Jones just right at the defensive front of Oklahoma State, and then he got away from it a little bit. Started to try to run some counters and some options, so they may get back to trying just to pound Calvin Jones right at him.
Not very often you have three Butkus nominees in the same ball game. Nebraska has two on their side. Burns for Oklahoma State, who just made the tackle, is their nominee. It's second down and 3. End around cut. And Oklahoma State was waiting for it. They stopped Lester Johnson short of the first down. And it's Burns again who makes the hit.
Tom Osborne trying to slow down the pursuit of Keith Burns, number 44, the linebacker, with the reverse. Keith Burns looks into the backfield, now sees the reverse, is able to get back, get in an area where he makes the tackle on Lester Johnson, number 33.
Third down and a yard. Everybody up close for the Cowboy defense. Jones, I don't think so. It's fourth down. Ainsley, the linebacker.
Richard Ainsley, if you ever teach a player how to take on the isolation, watch Richard Ainsley, number 40. It's going to be a double up inside. Watch him just meet the fullback in the backfield, stops the play, then makes the tackle on Calvin Jones. What a play by Ainsley.
Oklahoma State's taking a timeout. That's their final timeout, but they're going to get the ball back here in a moment on fourth down and a yard. We've got a timeout. We'll take it. 4:42 left in the half. Oklahoma State by 10.
Nobody does it any better than your chief representatives, Interstate Structures, right here in Kearney. Perhaps one of the fastest growing construction companies in Nebraska. That's Interstate Structures of Kearney.
Buying a new or used car, truck, or van is a big investment. You want value, quality, and the right price. At Crossroads Ford, we believe in old-fashioned ways and new-fashioned value.
If you're in the market for a used car, we have the interest rate for you. Stop in or call one of Platte Valley State Bank's loan specialists for full details.
Kearney Keno. Keno is fun, exciting, and easy to play, where a $1 wager can win up to $25,000. It can happen to you. Relax and enjoy your favorite beverage at the Kearney Keno Lounge, home of Nebraska's largest pickle payoff. Kearney Keno.
Stars, Saturday, October 30th on pay-per-view. Undefeated Michael Carbajal puts his IBF and WBC light flyweight championship on the line against Domingo Sosa. Oscar De La Hoya continues his climb in the junior lightweight division. Plus, veteran Lupe Aquino squares off against Verno Phillips for the super welterweight crown. See it live on pay-per-view. Call your local cable operator.
Pat Jones looking for his 60th win. Boy, would it be gigantic. Still have 2 quarters and 4 minutes, 42 seconds to go, but his team up by 10.
He doesn't want to be number 200.
You got that right. Byron Bennett to kick. Oklahoma State's got 10 men up, but they back off it. And Harmon with a fair catch ball and taken at the 29-yard line. 42-yard kick. The opening portion of the game, Nebraska picked up 2 first downs. It looked like they had everything going their way until right here, Mike.
Tommy Frazier just dropped the football, and ever since that play, Nebraska has just not been able to hit on all cylinders.
Oklahoma State converted that one into 3 points. Their second time they got inside the Nebraska 20. They got another field goal and added a touchdown after an 80-yard march a few minutes ago. Now they've got the ball back. They're out of timeouts, but they've got it at their own 29-yard line. Wide receiver screen again. Denson, a lot of white jerseys to meet him.
Pass complete on the left side. Number 22 out there, Denson. On the stop, number 6, John.
4:20 and the clock running. First half. This is the first time Oklahoma State has led Nebraska by double digits, at least since 1977. They can't seem to go any farther back to see if it's ever happened again or before. Second down, 11. In the flat. And little Daryl Johnson bounces out near the 36. It's going to bring up third down at about 4.
3:45 left on the clock. Tom Osborne has to be thinking if he stops him here to start spending those timeouts and get this football back to try to get something going offensively. But he needs a big play out of his defense.
And the Cowboys willing to use up as much of that 25-second clock as possible. Oklahoma State's field position's been excellent. They've got a 3rd and 4 here. Keeping it on the ground, broke a tackle, and Johnson got a first down at the 41-yard line. First down, Cowboys. Now let's go down to Jerry Punch. Gentlemen, on the previous possession, Nebraska had a tendency to walk their linebackers up to the line of scrimmage, even with the down lineman. That's how they got caught inside with the trap. So a moment ago, Kevin Steele, the inside linebacker coach, made an adjustment to put them back in their 4-3 look so they wouldn't be susceptible to the trap and also the short passing game. It seems to be working right now a little bit as far as holding up in the yardage. Back upstairs. From the 41, first down, Oklahoma State. Straight ahead, Joe Jefferson. Oh, he's making the most of his carries tonight. Out to the 47, Dante Jones brought him down. And now without any timeouts remaining, but you've got to wonder if Oklahoma State's saying, hey, why don't we get some more points?
Right now, if you're Oklahoma State, you might think about one shot to the end zone here, the deep pass off of play action. They've had some success running the ball. Pat Jones might just take his shot right here with a deep, long bomb, a post, or a takeoff here off of play action.
Shannon Culver's the long ball threat. Over 26 yards a catch coming into this one. He's to the top of the screen. They pitch it to Johnson. He gets the first down at midfield. Not quite. Almost got the first down at midfield. Spun his way exactly to the stripe. Looks like he's about a foot shy. John Reese forced on the corner. Coming up at halftime, which is less than 2 minutes away.
For the Huskers.
We've got an update on the Braves-Phillies, and Fred McGriff's home run has the Braves taking care of business so far tonight. The halftime blitz, and a report from Tallahassee, site of the big game between the number 1 and number 3 teams in the country coming up on Saturday. That's all at halftime. Third down, short, less than a yard, and they'll get the yard. Nice play defensively by Ed Stewart. There's a guy Mike talked about a little while ago. They'll blitz him. They did. And it's going to be fourth down.
Ed Stewart, when he first came to Nebraska, wanted to be a defensive back. They moved him to linebacker because they wanted a speed linebacker. He quit. He dropped off the team for about 3 days. Tom Osborne had to sit down with him and try to convince him to be a linebacker. Well, you see number 32 has developed into a pretty good linebacker.
Not the biggest guy in the world, and 215's maybe sopping wet, but he can hit. He just showed it on that last play. It forces a fourth down, a long 2 coming up. So Oklahoma State, just when they had things going well, and you started to wonder if they were going to look for more points, now they'll be happy to get away a punt and let their defense, their highly ranked defense, take the field against Nebraska here in the last minute or so.
Here, Pat Jones, you never feel safe against Nebraska. You've been around. He said, I've seen it all from Nebraska. He said, one year we were ranked number 1 in defense, and they beat us 54-0. So he says, I've seen it all. So he can't relax, but he has to really be pleased with the way his team's played first half.
The last time that Oklahoma State had a lead on Nebraska at halftime, 9 years ago, they lost it by giving up 17 unanswered in the second half. And as we said, you have to go back to 77 to find them ahead in double digits. Pat Jones, 0-9 against that guy. Tom Osborne, 19-0-1. That one tie was in 1973. He was a rookie coach. And he might have made a rookie coaching mistake late in that game as he went for a first down instead of kicking a field goal in a tie football game that cost him. He hasn't made that many mistakes since, so.
No, when he's close to 200, there's been a lot of victims along the way.
So far, Oklahoma State's made Nebraska a victim, if you can believe that. Got Tyner to kick. Corey Dixon back deep for Nebraska. Cornhuskers with 10 men up. Tyner off the side of his foot. Not a good punt. Does take an Oklahoma State bounce, however. And it's going to roll around the 31-yard line. With 1:09 left, only a 21-yard kick. That may leave the door open a little bit for Nebraska as the Cornhuskers, with their timeouts remaining, 2 of them.
Most important thing for Tom Osborne at halftime, he's got a flat football team on his hands right now. They're flat. I'm looking at them on the sideline right here. There's no motion out of the Nebraska football team. They're just a flat football team.
Frazier throws over the middle off the play action, has his man on the 42-yard line, Tremaine Bell. And that should be good enough for a Nebraska first down.
Still 2 timeouts for Nebraska left, so they've got plenty of time to try to make something happen.
They get the clock stopped while they move the sticks. 1:02 left in the half. Out of the shotgun. Frazier scrambles. That might be a lateral. Somebody better get on that ball. Nope, they're going to blow it dead.
I think you're right. I don't think there's any doubt that this is a lateral. George Wallstead, the defensive coach with a headset, he believes you're right, too.
Jones is the guy that scooped it up, but they had blown the whistle.
I don't think there's any doubt. Watch Tommy Frazier as he moves up. Now he knows he's going to get sacked. Turns. If this ball's not behind him, I don't know what is. That is a lateral. He's trying to get the ball to Calvin Jones out there, but got away with one, Brad.
Second down and 10. Oklahoma State hot about it. Doesn't matter. 48 seconds left. Again on the shotgun screen pass to Jones. A bunch of 300-pounders in front, and he got a first down in OSU territory at the 46-yard line.
We'll see if that play comes back to haunt them, because now they're moving past the 50-yard line. Still have 2 timeouts with 39 seconds to go. Keep your eye on Abdul Muhammad, number 27. He's their big play receiver.
There he is. First down. Again from the gun. Frazier going deep. Overshot his man. Threw that one way in the end zone, intended for Reggie Ball.
I think he just threw that ball away. He just didn't see anything there. Reggie Ball was not, he was covered. Delvin Miles, number 7, was right on top of number 7, Reggie Ball.
.29 seconds left of the break. And a 2nd and 10. Play action. Frazier gets pressured again, and down he goes. Lorenzo Green tracked him down.
Keith Burns told us when we talked to him the other day, he said we were embarrassed last year. Our defensive players went up there and we didn't expect to win. A lot of players felt we were beat before we even went on the field. We've got a little better plan this year, and we feel like we can play with them, and this first half has proven that.
Brings up 3rd down and a dozen for Nebraska. Timeout with 21 seconds left. That's sort of the look the Cornhuskers have had since early in the first quarter. Don't forget, we're just 21 seconds away from halftime. Update you on the National League Championship Series. Halftime blitz, take you around the country and update you on virtually every game going on this weekend, including that all-important one, and we'll have a report from Tallahassee, where Florida State gets ready for number 3 Miami this weekend.
Who do you like in the Florida State-Miami game?
I don't think it's going to come down to a kick this year. I just think it's Florida State's turn. They're pretty darn good.
Miami has the speed to match up. I think where Miami has to play is their Florida State defense will try to pressure Costa, the quarterback of Miami.
Oklahoma State will try to pressure Nebraska's quarterback here, Tommy Frazier. 3rd down at 12. Swings it out. Jones 1-on-1 in the flats, and he lost the battle. Nice job staying there and knocking him out of bounds was Link Harden. That's not an easy tackle against a Calvin Jones. But Harden got out there, the junior out of Galveston, to make the hit.
And he's 6'4", 230 pounds. So when he's going against Calvin Jones, who's 5'11", 210 with good speed. Throw one for the end zone here.
That's what they're going to apparently do on 4th down and 5 with 1 timeout remaining and 14 seconds left to work. Frazier loads it, goes deep, got his man out of bounds at the 9-yard line.
8 seconds, Brad, left. Still, Nebraska has 1 timeout, so they have time to try to throw one in yet.
Corey Dixon gathered that one in. Scott Harmon out there to knock him out.
Corey Dixon faked the post pattern, then came out on the corner route. Ball was thrown very well, then knocked out of bounds by Scott Harmon, number 36. Stops the clock. Has 1 play for Tommy Frazier to try to punch it in with a throw.
He's got Muhammad and Tremaine Bell as his wide receivers. Muhammad to fade to the corner. Not quite. Muhammad looking for a penalty. Didn't get it. Nice coverage by Delvin Miles, who's been battling an injury out there on the left corner.
He may have pushed a little bit on that, but he got away with it.
Muhammad falls incomplete.
To the tail end of the play. Number 7, Delvin Miles using his right arm to kind of guide out to Muhammad, number 27, and got away with it.
26-yard field goal coming up for Byron Bennett. He's already hit from 28. Trying to cut the Cowboys' lead to 7 at halftime. And does. But still, for the first time since 1984, Oklahoma State trying to ride to an 8-game winning streak on their home field. Right now they're shocking number 7, Nebraska. 13-6, Cowboys at intermission.
I want to tell you about my home far away. My mother and father are there.
Strengthening the links of communications requires capital. In the last 3 years, Merrill Lynch raised over $50 billion for communications companies around the globe. We connect investors to opportunities and the people of the world to each other. For them, it makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
For all of you with the courage to go it alone, to put your future on the line and your name on the door, there's the corporate card from American Express. Use it for all your business expenses. We'll organize them by category and even provide records of charges. It's a great way for any company to get a handle on costs. Call 1-800-SUCCESS. The corporate card to your success.
It seems the more time goes by, the fancier trucks get.
Just a bunch of chrome and snazzy stripes.
What the?
Phew, Chef.
No. So Mazda went and asked folks what a truck should be.
I need a real truck.
And learn one very important lesson.
You'll run through mud and valleys.
Introducing the bigger,
It's bigger,
meaner,
it's meaner,
all-new Mazda truck. The only import with a 4-liter V6 and 1 monster warranty.
Better told my dinosaur.
The new Mazda truck.
I like my dinosaur. It's a good dinosaur.
Mazda. It just feels right.
Welcome to halftime. It's the Cowboys by a touchdown, along with Lee Corso and Craig James, who was all over the Cowboys, if only it had time to make the point in the pregame. I'm Chris Fowler. We'll get to football in just a second. First, though, NLCS update. Atlanta is all over the Phillies in the top of the fourth, 8-0. Tommy Green, who was undefeated, 10-0 at the vet this year, shelled as McGriff, Blauser, and Berryhill all have home runs for Atlanta. Now some NBA news. Anthony Hardaway has signed a contract with the Orlando Magic worth a reported $65 million over a multi-year period, 65 billion pennies per penny. That drops Lee Corso to the third on the list of the richest Orlando citizens. Hardaway, Shaq, now Corso. We'll come back with more. It's the halftime blitz straight ahead. And also, Steve Seifert checks in from Tallahassee. He's got a guest there to talk about the big ball game.
Announcing the biggest advance in Quaker State history. It's Quaker State's new advanced high-tech formula motor oil. Superior wear protection plus superior heat and stress protection. New advanced formula Quaker State, formulated for today's high-tech engines.
Ben and Connie Studebaker look at things differently since they became parents. I'm Roger Cruel. I'm their State Farm agent. Having a family brought a lot of changes in their lives, so we thought it was a good idea to sit down and have a family insurance checkup. We started by adding to their life insurance protection. Then we went over all their family insurance to help make sure their coverage was up to date. After all, you never know what could happen.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I ordered pepperoni and onions on this pizza. I can't taste them. I can't even see them. They're just got small. Small? How small?
So small they can't be seen by the naked eye.
Want big toppings? Introducing the new Chunky Style Pizza from Pizza Hut. It's got big chunks of meat and vegetables for taste you can actually see.
In the year 23,012 BC, Lenny, the traveling salesman, rented the first big round wheel from Thrifty at a nice small rate. Today, Thrifty Car Rentals still offers historically low rates, and now are nice big cars with 4 wheels. Simply check your phone book for the Thrifty location nearest you. Renting wheels at low prices is nothing new to Thrifty. In fact, we invented it. Thrifty Car Rental, historically known for low rates.
Miami, Florida State dominates the college football scene on Week 6, but there are plenty of other games to talk about. And to get you ready, a regular Thursday feature, the Halftime Blitz, starting with Steve Cyphers, who's reporting from Tallahassee on the Noles and the Canes.
Florida State hosts Miami here at Doak Campbell Stadium, where, if you believe in ghosts, the Canes have the advantage. But the Noles have Charlie Ward and the shotgun. An offense Miami didn't see last year when it sacked Ward 7 times. This time, Miami has a defense with 10 freshmen on the 2-deep roster. Frank Costa is still the Canes starting quarterback, but now that Ryan Collins has been exposed, Florida State has to prepare for 2 different styles. Scott Bentley was recruited by Florida State to kick the game winner in this series, but that's not a given. He's missed 7 extra points and 2 of 8 field goals. Meanwhile, Miami's Dana Pruitt is perfect. But if the Seminoles don't believe in ghosts, it shouldn't come down to a kick. Louisville rolls into West Virginia for a battle of unbeatens. The legs of Ralph Dawkins and the arm of Jeff Brom will keep the Mountaineers' defense honest, so West Virginia's key may be ball control on offense. Easier said than done, considering their takeaway ratio is -3, while Louisville leads the country in that category at +14. For the first time in 11 years, Navy hosts Air Force with more confidence than the Falcons, who have won 4 straight Commander-in-Chief's trophies. The Middies hope dangerous Jim Kubiak can take advantage of a defense that allows more than 300 passing yards a game. Now to Mel Kiper in the Southeast.
Florida at LSU. The Gators have been piling up the points, but their young secondary, which has no senior leadership, continues to struggle, allowing 7 plays of over 40 yards the last 2 weeks. They'll be tested here by LSU's multi-talented true freshman, Eddie Kennison. In a league that features David Palmer, it's Kennison who leads the SEC in all-purpose yardage. Tennessee at Arkansas. Big revenge game for the Vols. Last year, they were rolling towards a spot in the SEC championship game when the Razorbacks pulled a huge upset. Tennessee is the much stronger club, and no defense has been able to contain their aerial assault, led by Heath Schuler. In just 5 games, they set a new single-season school record with 20 passing touchdowns. Mississippi State at Auburn. Is the Bowden Magic beginning to work at Auburn? The Tigers are off to a 5-0 start, but the meat of their schedule begins on Saturday. Auburn's powerful 1-2 punch of tailbacks James Bostic and Stephen Davis will be too much for the permissive Bulldog defense that lost star-free safety Kelvin Knight for the season with a dislocated bone in his foot. Now let's go to Ivan Mazel in the Southwest Beat.
Oklahoma comes to Dallas undefeated and highly ranked. History says Texas will leave the Cotton Bowl with a win. Not so fast, history. Sooners passer Cale Gundy isn't making mistakes. He'll pick apart the soft Texas secondary. The Longhorns have a chance only if the rejuvenated Phil Brown runs as he did against Rice. Oklahoma's biggest problem? The post-game sandwiches. The good news for Missouri quarterback Jeff Handy is that the Colorado pass defense is atrocious. But in the off week, Bill McCartney made 4 changes in his starting defense. Cornerback Chris Hudson returns to free safety to replace Dwayne Davis, who'll track cornerback. Missouri coach Bob Stull discussed his rumored demise with his team. This game won't stop the rumors. Here's how good Texas A&M is. Greg Hill is back from NCAA suspension, but won't start. Not when Rodney Thomas is 6th in the nation in rushing. New Houston coach Kim Helton has scrapped the run and shoot for Lamar Smith. He's touching the ball 27 times a game. The Aggies will make him feel every one. Let's go to the Midwest and Gary Danielson.
Ohio State, Illinois. And if you like linebackers, you'll love this football game. For the Illini, Holisek, Howard, and Rice. For Ohio State, Williams, Powell, and Stiles. They're all tough, and they all can run. Problem for the Illini is the offensive and defensive line for State can run just as well. That means new quarterback Johnny Johnson better be a great scrambler. I see Ohio State winning this one in a tight football game. Michigan State, don't underestimate this football game for Michigan. If they don't beat Michigan State, Penn State and Ohio State won't mean much. Now, usually this game turns on how well Michigan State can run the football. But Jim Miller is completing 65% of his passes tops in the Big Ten. They will be able to pass and run. The problem is their defense. It's 10th ranked in the Big Ten. And how do you stop that Michigan powerful offense? Mercury Hayes is emerging as a big play man to go along with their other powers. I see a high-scoring game and Michigan pulling away. Now to the West Beat and Gene Wojciechowski.
Undefeated BYU travels to resurgent UCLA. In the series where nearly every game's a thriller. BYU and John Walsh will get their points, but they won't get the victory. The key is UCLA's balance. Even with injuries to the offensive line and backfield, Bruins keep on running over everyone. Cougars can't stop the run, and they won't stop linebacker Jameer Miller. Washington's at Cal. The Huskers will have to do without receiver Jason Shelley. Shelley was suspended indefinitely this week, which means true freshman Fred Coleman could get lots of playing time. But the player to watch is Napoleon Kaufman. Kaufman gets his 100 yards, and he will against Cal's porous defense. Washington gets the win.
Gene, pumped up.
That's right.
Michigan and Michigan State, first road trip for the Wolverines. The Spartans are rested.
Well, Chris, one thing about Michigan, they're 20-0-2 in their last 22 road games in the Big Ten. But be careful here. They're playing at State. A possible upset. You know why? Because Michigan plays at Penn State a week from Saturday, and everybody says that's for the Rose Bowl, so they could be looking ahead.
I know one game that we're all looking forward to watching, Louisville playing West Virginia. Two evenly matched ball clubs, both have good quarterbacks in Kelchner and Brom, so it's going to probably come down to turnovers. And as you heard in the halftime blitz there, Louisville is plus 14 in that category. I just have a question for West Virginia players, and you're listening, I'm sure. Can you get jacked up 2 weeks in a row because you had a big-time victory last week against Virginia Tech? We'll get the answer on Saturday.
I think the Cards win that one. I think Gary Gibbs gets his first victory against the Sooners' Big Three rivals. They hammer Texas. We will talk about Florida State and Miami in our next segment. And also Steve Cyphers joins us live with Tallahassee. His guest, Lonnie Johnson, the Seminoles' big tight end. It's always a big tight end when you talk about a tight end. Meanwhile, Oklahoma State up 7 on Lewis Adams' touchdown dive.
Wonderful. A tire so special. It may last as long as you own your car. The XH4. Congratulations. It's a Michelin.
See LNW Service Center, Kearney. When it comes to building a home, nobody does it better than Century Lumber. Century does it all. From the foundation to the front door, Gary Spellman will design the home you've been dreaming of. So if you're looking to build a new home, Century Lumber is the place to go. In Kearney. More than just a parts store. K&K Auto Parts. Behind the scenes, we're rebuilding alternators, engines, grinding crankshafts. In fact, K&K will test it, fix it, or replace it. And don't forget the sale and repair of mowers and snowblowers. And yes, a full line of parts, too. That's K&K Auto Parts in Kearney.
Here's some pizza wisdom from Saks Pizza. Remember, at Saks, you get more pizza on your pizza for less dough. And 2 Saks thin crust mediums are only $8.99. It's Saks Pizza on the University Corner and Hilltop Mall.
Accidents and injuries really is true. If you set your mind to it, you can be whatever you want to be.
But no matter what you decide to do, you can't get there on your own. That's why I came to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. You need someone who will inspire you, make you think about what you're doing, challenge you, and make you strive to be more than you ever dreamed you could.
Someone who can ask the tough questions and make you think for yourself. I found that here at Nebraska.
It's the kind of education you can't get just anywhere.
Jerry Van Dyke and Coach Hayden Fry discuss academics and football.
College coaches promote achievement on and off the playing field. Education and college football are teammates. And the experience you gain in addition to academics helps you prepare for the future.
There is more to college than just going to the library, and college football is part of that experience. Whether you're a student, alum, or a friend of the university, you're going to enjoy the game.
Enjoy college football more than a game.
Now to the big one in Tallahassee. Florida State players have a lot of scars, courtesy of Miami the past few years. They would love to return the favor and scar the Hurricanes. It's the game players on both sides told me they consider the national championship game. Steve Cyphers is covering this for us out in Tallahassee. He's standing by in the Seminoles Hall of Fame. Steve?
Thank you very much, Chris. And you talk about scars. I'm with someone who I guess has 3 scars from the Miami-Florida State series. Tight end Lonnie Johnson went to high school in Miami, so you have a different perspective on this. Lonnie, do you have 3 scars of the losses to Miami, painful ones?
Most definitely. I'd say they were deep scars, too. So.
What are your thoughts? When you think back 2 years ago, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
It'd have to be the field goal, the wide right, so the ghost on the side of the goalpost.
1 year ago, what comes to mind?
1 year ago, a tremendous letdown, having the game in hand and losing it at the last minute.
So what's different about this year? That brings us up to speed in this week. How is your team different this week than it has been in the past going into the Miami game?
I'd say we're more confident. We're more organized as a team unit. I think we have a great leader running the offensive unit and great leaders on the defense, and that makes the team itself very lucky.
How would you describe the tone of practice this week?
Very enthusiastic, very excited, very intense. It's been a great week of practice, it has.
What about nervousness? What about tension? Are you keyed up?
We're keyed up. I think if you're nervous, that means you're not sure if you're prepared or not. And I think we're well prepared. So being a little nervous will be only because of the big game situation, but not because we're unprepared.
I've heard some people say if Florida State doesn't win this year, look how they're favored. They'll never win. Do you guys feel any of that pressure?
We don't feel any of that pressure. We just feel that, it's an important game. It's a big game. We feel that, we just have to do what we are capable of doing, and we'll be okay.
Last thing, Lonnie, as a tight end going into your senior year, you wanted to redshirt this year because you didn't think the tight end would be involved with that shotgun offense. Now you already have 3 touchdown passes. Are you glad you were here this year and they denied your redshirt request?
I'm very excited. I'm glad that I didn't get the redshirt. I am.
All right. Any touchdowns this week?
I hope 2.
2 touchdowns from Lonnie Johnson. Whoa! Did you hear that, Miami? All right, Chris, back to you from Tallahassee.
All right, Steve, look forward to your report on game day. Yeah, they don't think it's going to be close. To be honest with you, they don't think it's going to come down to a field goal. Now, Florida State offense, the fast break shotgun was born against Miami last year. What about this year? How would you possibly stop it as a coach?
Well, Chris, if I was going to stop them, I'd try to contain it. I'd play an umbrella type of defense. I'd keep everything inside of me and in front of me. I'd let the receivers catch it and then bang. And most important, I wouldn't rush Charlie Ward at all. I'd make him run it. Why try to sack him? Let him run him, boom, punish him. Wow. Knock him out of the game. And what do you think about that, partner?
If you're hitting people, I agree with the guy tonight here. 228-14. That's the number of points that Florida State has outscored its people by. Ward, he directs the offense. That's a guy that goes out and uses the talent around him. Watch Warwick Dunn, the running back, this weekend. And number 2, the most important thing of all, they've got a great defense. They give the ball back to Charlie Ward, led by Derek Brooks.
Corso thinks he's coaching in the game. I was down in Tallahassee. He does want to hit somebody. One key factor, kickoff returns. They are 105 and 106 in the country in this category. That's because nobody's kicking either team. It's kind of pooch kicking off. Remember, Vanover scored the only touchdown for Florida State last year on a kickoff return. We'll come back with more. Right now at halftime, potential upset in the making. Oklahoma State at home, up a touchdown on the Huskers.
These days, people who want to save money on lunch are brown bagging it. Because McDonald's original hamburger is still just 59 cents. Our delicious cheeseburger is 69 cents. And that is no baloney. Now McDonald's always has one extra value meal for $2.99. Might be this one, this one, this one, or to find out which extra value meal is $2.99, go to your local McDonald's. Because if you want to know, you gotta go. Come on, no food fights.
The Cowboys business is a business of silence. 100 miles of fence gives a person time to think, to wonder about who he is, what the world is coming to. Talk to a cowboy long enough and you'll get an opinion on everything. That's because he's had time to think about everything. Yeah, at Wrangler, we know cowboys. Our genes were invented by them. That's why the West is in us. Wrangler, the Western original.
Your pay-per-view options, 3:30 Eastern Time, Michigan State. You'll see it in the Midwest. You'd order the other two games on pay-per-view. Oklahoma, Texas. Somebody to see that game. In the Pac-10 area, Washington against Cal. Oklahoma State up a touch after 30 minutes.
Well, this reminds me of last year's Iowa State game at Ames. Iowa State beat Nebraska. Ames, excuse me, I almost said Ames. Ames 19-10. And I'll tell you what, looks like the same kind of situation now, my friend.
We knew that Oklahoma State had a good defense, but we had no idea that their offensive line would pound Nebraska's defense. How many times have you seen in a game Nebraska's offensive and defensive line both get beat?
There's a factor here. Pat Jones pointed out to us he is 2-0 all-time in games involving Mike Gottfried. Like announcing the game, of course, the 2-0 was when he was coaching against Mike Gottfried. A lot of guys were undefeated against Gottfried as a coach. We'll see if he can stay undefeated in games involving Mike Gottfried. He's up a touchdown trying to pull off the major upset. Brad, Mike, and Jerry back from Stillwater right after this.
The Steel Rex is about to plummet.
Today's office doesn't always come with four walls. So no matter where your employees do business, AT&T has a way to help them and to give you more control. Call for the AT&T corporate calling card.
Hi!
We can customize a plan by letting you choose from more than 70 different features. If you're responsible for controlling expenses, we can customize your bill by location, individual, or account code. If you're concerned about card security, we offer customized fraud protection for your company and employees. We also offer discounts as high as 40%, a variety of competitive savings plans, and easy worldwide access.
We got the job!
Call AT&T now and decide how many or how few features you need. The AT&T corporate calling card.
I don't know, call it a hunch.
Find out how customized a calling card can be.
Yeah, Bob. The Russians look great, but these rewrites are killing us.
Making the right moves in a game takes quick thinking. I know I can't move fast or think fast without a clear head. If you use drugs, make the right move, the smart move. Get help. Don't use drugs.
If you or someone you know needs help or information concerning drug abuse, call this toll-free number, 1-800-662-HELP. This message provided by the NCAA.
Halftime at Stillwater with a home team trying to pull a stunner. 13-6 Oklahoma State leading the number 7 team in the country. The Nebraska Cornhuskers, not much to show for it. Mike Gottfried, beginning of the ballgame, big question was not only whether or not Nebraska could move against that highly ranked Oklahoma State defense, but could they do anything against Nebraska's defense? And I think so far, everything's going well for the Cowboys.
Great game plan by Oklahoma State. They're not asking Tony Jones to do a lot, not asking him to beat themselves. He's thrown screen passes and little short passes, and they've controlled the ball. Field position's been their favor all the way. Nebraska's only averaging 2.2 yards on first down, so they're losing first down.
Mike Gundy's sitting downstairs, former Oklahoma State quarterback. He could probably only wish that the game plan could have gone this well back 86 through 88 to put up these kind of numbers and that kind of time of possession.
Well, the time of possession, they've just controlled the football. They've really have been able to run effectively and, again, not put their young quarterback, freshman quarterback, in bad situations. So an excellent game plan. Now, Tom Osborne, you have to figure they've got a flat football team. He has to get their attention at halftime. The first 6-7 minutes of this third quarter, I would expect Nebraska to play a little bit more inspired.
He was worried about that fact, the 2 weeks off. They could get people healthy that way. The only problem, he was wondering whether or not there'd be rustiness. I think we've seen the rustiness so far tonight. And the teams decide they're going to try to kick it the other way. Remember, at the beginning of the game, Oklahoma State had won the toss and deferred, so not only do they have a touchdown lead, they get the football first. Tom Sealer will tee it up for Nebraska and back deep. Shannon Culver, number 3, joined by Raphael Denson. They've only played a half, but for the first time in 9 years, the Cowboys lead the Huskers as we're set for the third quarter. Culver a yard deep. And it's a touchback. Oklahoma State from its own 20-yard line. Let's go to Jerry Punch. Doc?
Gentlemen, at halftime, a tremendous amount of emotion, as you might expect in the Oklahoma State locker room. They sense the upset. You got to love Pat Jones. He said at halftime, guys, we're going to dance with the girl that got us here. We're going to keep doing what we're doing well. The trap inside, the sprint draw. And don't be surprised, guys, to see Oklahoma State do a little offensive gadgetry in the second half.
Back up there. So far, they've mixed it up beautifully, as Mike said. And their opening play of the third quarter, a rollout and a throw, and Culver's got it. Made the catch and then turned around and ran right into Baron Miles, about a 3-yard pickup.
It's been a good-looking girl they've been dancing with because everything's coming up right for Oklahoma State, playing with a lot of emotion. Pat Jones really has the short week because he played last Saturday, really has his team ready to play.
I tell you what, she is the homecoming queen right now. 10 out of 14, 79 yards, completed 6 straight, and he's used 5 different receivers. That's pretty good for a true freshman quarterback in his second career start. 2nd and 7. Draw. Closed in a hurry, though, on Johnson. Out to the 25. Pat Jones has the greatest attitude. He says, hey, we want to go out. We want to play well against Nebraska.
As much transition as this particular team and this program has gone through in the last several years, I just want us to go play good. I can live with the outcomes. I've experienced all of it. We've experienced all of it. We've had near misses. We've gotten hammered. There's been a couple of years that we probably maybe should have won the ball game and lost close. But I just want us to play well.
Maybe he has the kind of attitude that everybody would love to have, but this game puts a lot of pressure on him. 3rd down and 5. Wide open, Johnson. Boogies to the 43. Tyrone Williams and Toby Wright knocked him out. 1st down, Cowboys.
Had to be a bust in coverage here by Tyrone Williams, number 8. Toby Wright, number 3, because watch what happens. Out of the backfield comes Darrell Johnson. There's just nobody there. Both the corner and safety work inside. He's wide open.
Out to the 44-yard line. And there's what Boogie's done. Darrell Boogie Johnson. On the option, the pitch late. And beautifully read by Nebraska, led by Trev Alberts, who forced the play and helped make the tackle. We talked about Oklahoma State at halftime. Doc, how about Nebraska at the break?
Spoke with Tom Osborne. He was very concerned that my team hasn't played well on either side of the ball, but the biggest concern was defense. He said Oklahoma State has hurt us inside with their trap game. We're going to make some significant adjustments inside with our stunt, the defensive line, and primarily the inside linebackers. So watch for a little bit different play out of the 4-3 up front.
Back upstairs. That last play helped the cause, dropping a 2-yard loss on Oklahoma State. 2nd and 12. Movement, one line or the other. I think it's going to go against Oklahoma State. Matt Joes playing on the left side.
Dead ball foul. Ball start on the offense. 2nd down.
Now 2nd down, 17. And those are the kind of situations you don't want to find yourself in.
Into the line on the left side, both the tackle and guard, Matt Jones and Anthony Greenlee, number 55. But I sense a little bit more excitement out of the defense here in Nebraska. And Mike Anderson, number 48, their middle linebacker, is back in the ball game.
Jones may have changed that one on 2nd down and 17. Rolls left. Fires. Oh, would have been a great catch. It was a heck of a throw going the wrong way, and Raphael Denson got a hand on it.
Well, just what Jerry Punch was talking about with Nebraska, they'll move their linebackers up in a blitz where they just cover the guards. As soon as Tony Jones, the quarterback, sees that, he checks off to something outside where he can sprint out away from. You see the linebackers, Mike Anderson and Ed Stewart, number 32, in the line of scrimmage. As soon as the young quarterback, Tony Jones, sees that, he's going to sprint out to the left side and throw the ball to Raphael Denson, number 22.
3rd down, 17. Blitz coming.
Stewart chasing, and Jones keeping. But he's not going to get a first down. He got tagged pretty good. Penalty marker. Miles with the hit. And they get a personal foul out of this. It's a first down, Cowboys. Did he hit him too high? What's the call?
It's on Oklahoma State. Maybe on Kaz Lofton, number 80. Chris Lofton, number 80.
Thrown right at the very end of the play. A clip. Does go against the Cowboys.
You can find number 80, Chris Lofton. There he is. Just a little push. Oh, that's a clip. There's not a little push there. It's a clip on Byron Miles, number 14. Try to chase Tony Jones. There's the clip on number 80, Chris Lofton.
Now the discussion whether or not Nebraska takes the penalty. They won't. Fourth down and 17. So that Nebraska defense, as Mike said, appears more excited here in the first 3.5 minutes of the third quarter, and they forced a punt.
We'll see if the offense comes in the same way with Tommy Frazier.
Scott Tyner to kick. Corey Dixon will drop back deep.
Philadelphia just scored a safety. They're only behind 9-2 now.
Tyner, a little better kick this time. Dixon shags it down at the 20. And got himself about 7 on the return with 12 minutes and 36 seconds remaining. Third quarter, Nebraska on offense when we come back.
State Farm presents the rules of the game.
We're talking about fumbles. In this play, the defense recovers and advances a fumble. Is this legal?
I'm State Farm agent Jeff Libby. One of the most gratifying parts of my job is helping young parents, people who are just beginning to understand what life insurance is all about. Young couples don't need a sales talk. They just need to talk to someone who understands them and their life insurance needs. Now, I know what that promise of security means, and I don't believe there's a better promise a parent can make.
State Farm sells life insurance.
We're talking about fumbles. In this play, the offense loses the ball. The defense recovers and advances. This is perfectly legal.
Rules of the Game has been brought to you by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The new Ram pickup features a frame design so strong, it's been patented. Its available rear step bumper can pull 5,000 pounds by itself without the help of that frame. And the tie-downs in back are so strong, they can support the weight of the entire truck. We overbuilt this pickup because we were sure you'd never underwork it. New Dodge Ram, Motor Trend's Truck of the Year.
ESPN's Thursday Night CFA is brought to you by the New Dodge, a division of the Chrysler Corporation, and by State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
13-6 Oklahoma State. 12:36 left third quarter. Brad Nessler, Mike Gottfried, and Dr. Jerry Punch with you at Lewis Field in Stillwater, where Oklahoma State has led from the onset. They're up a touchdown, but Nebraska's first trip now to offense in the third quarter. There's Frazier finding his man Bell out in the flat. First down on the first toss out to the 41-yard line. Scott Harmon made the tackle.
The way Oklahoma State is playing the two tight end offense, it's a 6-2 defense. They've got 8 people really up close to the line of scrimmage. The play action pass will be there for Tremaine Bell, number 80. Now what Nebraska needs, Brad, is some mix. Couple passes, then get back to the running game, get the ball in the hands of Calvin Jones.
Yep, they haven't been able to do that since really their opening drive. And Jones got him a couple of first downs before that fumble that kind of turned everything around. Here's the option. Frazier wrapped up at the line of scrimmage. Charlie Werner from the secondary.
Charlie is senior out of Stillwater, right here in town.
Here's Charles Werner on the outside here, and he's going to play the option. See the 8-man front again. Charles Werner does not give an option to Tommy Frazier. Just takes away the pitch.
Charlie graduated already. Business administration, taking some grad courses. Just gave Tommy Frazier a little course there after a yard gain, 2nd down and 9. Now they blow it dead. Flags down.
Dead ball foul. False start on the offense. 2nd down.
Mike, that's got to be the 5th motion penalty or illegal procedure penalty on Nebraska tonight.
Well, you'd like to blame it on the open date, but we've already had a first half of football, so now you're getting back into the groove of playing a game.
2nd down, 15. Frazier gives off the fullback this time, but got back to the original line of scrimmage. That's Corey Schlesinger. Burns on the tackle.
Oklahoma State's only given up 88 yards rushing per game. Tonight, 48 yards, so they've maintained the good defensive average against the run.
The only team they've lost to this year, Arizona State, they only lost by 2 points. They gave up 170 yards on the ground that game, but it took Arizona State 55 carries, which is still only 3 a pop. So they have played some run defense this year. 3rd down and 9. Frazier, plenty of time, had it tipped and still caught by Corey Dixon. That one may not have been completed had it not been tipped. Link Harden, I think, got a hand on it. Dixon hauls it in. 1st down, Nebraska.
Link Harden got his hand on the football. Number 57, you see George Wallstead sending into plays. Keith Burns is on a blitz again, number 44, but doesn't get to Tommy Frazier. There's the ball tipped. Good deflection to Corey Dixon, number 2.
Well, the Cornhuskers have rolled into Cowboy territory at the 40. 1st down. Again, a nice play fake. Frazier, plenty of time. Deep ball. And a penalty marker. This one's going to be on Cleavon Williams as he just tagged Dixon out of bounds.
It was an out-and-up pattern, and Cleavon Williams knew that he was going to be beaten, and he knocked Corey Dixon out of bounds. Now the question is whether it's a catchable football.
That one ended up being an out and up under the chin, is what that was.
I think they're going to call off the flag.
That's what's going to happen. Here's Terry Turlington.
Pick up the flag. Uncatchable.
Wasn't a catchable football is what they're saying. Nebraska fans in the corner don't like it.
Dixon catches and uppercuts what he catches. Wow.
Cleavon Williams with a nice little punch.
2nd and 10. Jones nowhere. Gilden. Big hit, Jason Gilden.
It's quickness of Oklahoma State, and they're able to get penetration on the big offensive line in Nebraska. We talked about it at the beginning of the show. 4 300-pounders for Nebraska in the offensive line.
Jones isn't finding much in there, Mike.
10 carries, 27 yards for Calvin Jones.
3rd down, 9. Again, the shotgun for Nebraska with 4 wideouts. Here comes a blitz on Frazier. Picked up. Incomplete. Even though that blitz was picked up, Burns almost did a cartwheel, got right back on his feet.
Good football players, when they go to the ground, get right back off the ground. Keith Burns was blocked. Calvin Jones, number 44, is going to block number 44, Keith Burns. Now watch Keith Burns now. There's Calvin Jones with a block, but watch him get right back up, still make an effort to make the play on Tommy Frazier. Good football players don't stay blocked.
Well, the NFL people think that guy will be in round 1 next year. 4th down. Bennett to punt. Going to lay it up for the near corner, and got too much of it. Touchback. 9 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3rd quarter. Still, the Cowboys lead by 7.
This year during the World Series, Budweiser will bring you the game within the game. The Budweiser World Series Classic. To play, go to your favorite store, look for this sign, and pick up an official game card. Then catch the Budweiser Classic play during each game of the World Series. Each one's worth $100,000. Who knows? You could make the greatest play of the series.
Nice catch. Got the portfolio?
Got it. Got the contract?
Got it. What about lunch?
Don't have time.
Do too. Do not. You want my stomach talking to me in the middle of the meeting?
Well, depends on what it says.
Oh, come on.
We don't have time.
May I take your order, please?
Quarter pounder with cheese, extra value meal.
The same.
Yeah.
Me too.
4 quarter pounder with cheese, extra value meal.
Told you we had time for lunch.
But you didn't say McDonald's.
Did too.
Did not.
What you want
is
what
you
get
at McDonald's today.
Where there was once only a place to sit, there's now a convenient place to relax. Where there was once only unusable space, there's now an ingenious storage system of interchangeable bins, trays, and cargo netting. Where there was once only upholstery, there's now a place for an office. And where there was once only a truck, there's now Dodge Ram, Motor Trend's Truck of the Year.
For all the late scores and all the key plays, it's just a call away. Call ESPN.
Oklahoma State leading Nebraska 13-6, 9.5 to go third quarter. And the Cowboys hold Nebraska and get it back on offense. Tony Jones, the freshman quarterback, brings him up. Only about a yard for Joe Jefferson. Tom Osborne's won a lot of games, and Jerry Punch is with another guy that's won a lot of games in this state. Doc?
Brad, you cannot talk about college football in the state of Oklahoma without mentioning this man right here, the legend, Barry Switzer. And, Coach, thanks for coming out and joining us. You made a lot of trips to Stillwater to compete tonight. A little bit different region.
I'm on the way to Dallas and I got lost, got in Stillwater. But it's great to be here. Pat's a good friend. Tom's a good friend. It's a great game, and I'm uncle-in-law to Ben Roots, a Nebraska freshman quarterback, and of course got a lot of Oklahoma fans here. It's a great game. I don't care who wins, just one of them.
Talk about popularity. You think Elvis walked on the field when you came down here? People were going nuts. Let me ask you about your son now. Plays at Oklahoma. OU Texas coming up this weekend in Dallas. Your thoughts?
Well, I think Oklahoma will win the game, but that's a game anything can go. It's a great classic. I think Oklahoma has the best team. We'll just have to see. I hope they win it. We need to have a good win, and I think we're ready to do it.
Coach, do you miss it? Do you ever think about maybe dusting off the whistle, heading back to the sideline?
I miss it tonight. I miss the competition. I miss this time. I don't miss the other 250 days a year, but I miss it tonight.
16 years, 157 victories, second overall in the Big 8. Coach, thanks for coming down and joining us.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you.
Barry Switzer, a legend in coaching in college football. Brad?
Third down, 8. Pass intended for Johnson out in the flat. Toby right there to beat him, incomplete, and it'll be a punting situation for Oklahoma State. You talk about guys that have put some wins up. Tom Osborne atop the heap. Barry next in line. Bud Wilkinson, the great streaks of a couple of years without losing with 145. Bob Devaney, over 100 when he preceded Tom at Nebraska. Still the athletic director, emeritus. A chance to see him last night over at the hotel. He's looking good.
Brad, when I was in the league, I'll tell you, Tom Osborne and Barry Switzer really do have a mutual respect for each other. They've battled, I'm telling you, in years here in Nebraska, Oklahoma, but really a lot of respect for each other. And I like Barry Switzer, I really do. I think he's a good person.
Tyner, oh boy, he got all of this one. Dixon's got a backpedal to the 28-yard line. Little bit of a gap on the outside. Levon Williams made the tackle on special teams. Nebraska still trails by 7, but they'll try again on offense when we come back.
Part of football, but unfortunately they are an all too common part of everyday life too. That's why having the right health insurance coverage at an affordable price is extremely important. At Barney Insurance, we have many of the top-rated health insurance carriers. Give us a call.
To compete, you've got to be strong. To win, you've got to be smart. Maybe you can be one of us, the few, the proud, the Marines.
When it comes to commercial, nobody does it any better than your chief representatives, Interstate Structures, right here in Kearney. Perhaps one of the fastest growing construction companies in Nebraska. That's Interstate Structures of Kearney.
Buying a new or used car, truck, or van is a big investment. You want value, quality, and the right price. At Crossroads Ford, we believe in old-fashioned ways and new-fashioned value.
If you're in the market...
Laws of motion. 1. Bodies in linear motion will continue in a straight path unless acted upon by another force. 2. A direct relationship exists between acceleration and force. 3. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Of course, some events fall into the realm of chaos theory. A force best represented as ESPN 2.
Best starting field position of the night for the trailing Cornhuskers of Nebraska, their own 44-yard line.
Time to air one out.
Dixon in motion. Frazier rolls, sets, and airs one out. Tight end's out there, incomplete. Scott Harmon broke it up, intended for Armstrong. Right on the money, Mike.
Had Gerald Armstrong down the middle, but Scott Harmon, number 36, was right with him. They have to attack the secondary, Brad. Eventually, they've got to get to the secondary because the front has held up for Oklahoma State. Tommy Frazier throwing a deep post route to the tight end, Gerald Armstrong. Covered very well by Scott Harmon.
Now that's the moxie of a kid that started 30 straight games. Scott Harmon back there playing center field to break it up. 2nd down and 10. Nebraska shows a full house backfield. They're going to run the option. Frazier keeps it. Boy, there's some banging going on down there as he got it about a yard short of a first down. Scott Harmon helped out on the tackle. There's a kid that's one of the defensive captains. You talk about leadership on Oklahoma State's team. They've got all 4 of their captains on the defensive side of the ball. They kind of hope that there's going to be some leadership like Harmon gives them on defense that will surface somewhere on the offense.
Well, I think it has surfaced. Tony Jones, I think the quarterback, even though he's a freshman, they believe in him.
Nebraska, that high-powered ground game just hasn't materialized. Although Jones is going to get a first down out of this one at the 45. Ainsley and Williams make the stop. Calvin, a legitimate Heisman candidate coming into the season, and he had 127 yards in the opener, and that was just in about 2.5 quarters of play, and then was injured. And other than one-play duty, the last time Nebraska was on the field, and that was only to get him in the NCAA statistics because you have to play in 75% of your team games. He has been banged up the last 3 weeks. He's only got 29 yards tonight. But the last one good for a first down. Frazier keeps again. That's open there on that side, and this time Frazier gets 15. And Oklahoma State, a little chink in the armor, I guess, Mike. That's about the only thing that Nebraska's been able to do on the ground that play.
Looks like Nebraska's changed their blocking scheme a little bit on the option. I want you to follow the fullback here, number 40, Corey Schlesinger, because he will get the key block, even though he gets a little cheap fake. Now watch number 40 will pick up the linebacker, kick him out. Number 40, Richie Ainsley is blocked. And then Tommy Frazier is able to keep the ball. That was a keep for the quarterback all the way.
This time they give it to Schlesinger, the fullback, and he backs his way for about 6 yards inside the 25.
Now you get a little feel that offensively they're hitting the inside, the option. They've made some adjustments in the blocking. They're throwing the ball on first down every now and then. Now they've got Oklahoma State off balance a little bit.
Oklahoma State defensive coaches said, it looked like Nebraska, for the first time in a lot of years, didn't have a big banging fullback. But Schlesinger answered the call on that one, good for 6 yards. 2nd and 4. Counter with Jones, a blocker in front. Calvin Jones finally gets the wheels moving to the 4-yard line. 20 yards that time. That's the first time he's been able to get loose tonight.
Well, he followed the block of Zach Wiegert, who Milton Tenopor, the offensive line coach, says he's the best player he's ever worked with. Number 72, he said, I've had all those great linemen, but Zach Wiegert has more mobility, and you can see that mobility as he leads the counterplay downfield.
That big Nebraska front wall. every year. And that helped Jones get down to the 4-yard line. First and goal. Frazier keeps it again. Touchdown. Finally, Nebraska in the Oklahoma State end zone.
Credit Tom Osborne, Frank Solich. Good change in the blocking scheme on the option. Tommy Frazier, again a key block by Corey Schlesinger, number 40. And this was a keep all the way for Tommy Frazier. Stretches the football out for the touchdown.
Byron Bennett in for the point after. The Cornhuskers took their best starting field position of the night and made it count for 6. Bennett to try to make it 7, and he cuts it right down the middle. We're tied at 13 in Stillwater. Pat Jones says, that's all right, we're getting it back here in a moment. 5:24 left third quarter, 13 apiece. That big offensive line for Nebraska over the years, and they have had great ones, obviously. The Steinkuhlers, and look at this group. And right in the middle is Ken Malin. Doesn't he look like a pickup in a whole garage full of semis? Look at this. He's the only guy that's not 300 pounds. And he's 276.
Brad, you see Lance Lundberg on the right side. He's 6'4", 300 pounds. When they looked at him in high school, he was a split end. 6'4", 250 pounds in an 8-man football team in Wausau, Nebraska. That is the biggest split end I've ever seen, 8-man football.
There they are, slapping hands on the sidelines, having gotten the Cornhuskers their first touchdown of the night. Just a reminder, later on in the game, Mike and I will be naming a Wrangler player of the game. 5:24 left in the third. Big 8 opener, Oklahoma State, and 7th-ranked Nebraska. That's Shannon Culver. He's with Raphael Denson, back deep, awaiting Tom Sealer's kick. A great kick it is again. What a weapon this guy is. Sealer, the kickoff man, is, for the most part, kept the Cowboys pinned down in the end zone and have had to work from their own 20-yard line. 56 yards in 2.5 minutes. Good-looking drive by Nebraska. Tommy Frazier from 4 yards out on the option.
Now, Brad, if you're Charlie McBride, you're looking for the turnover. Oklahoma State has not turned the football over on offense to Nebraska. Nebraska is looking for the interception fumble.
And remember, Tony Jones, as Mike mentioned, for a freshman, a great statistic. He hasn't thrown a pick all year. Keep it on the ground. Johnson back to the line of scrimmage. That's it. And that Nebraska defense is getting fired up now. Trev Alberts in on the stop. There's Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator.
He wants to force Oklahoma State into throwing the football. Tony Jones, he wants to make him throw the ball down the field so that they have the shot at the interception. Wants to put a little more pressure on him.
Mike Gundy told us he wasn't as worried about the rush maybe on Jones either. He was worried about the disguised coverages of Nebraska in that secondary, whether the kid could handle it. He pump fakes and goes deep. He can handle it. Up, ball loose, incomplete. Shannon Culver had it in his hands. That was a perfectly thrown ball. Baron Miles poked it out of there on Culver.
But you always teach your defensive backs to try to punch it out. Baron Miles, number 14, was able to get it out of the hands of Shannon Culver. Oklahoma State's had success with the screen. Let's see if they screen to the fullback.
They've had too many 3rd down and 10 situations or 3rd down and long situations in this quarter. And Nebraska in the half has controlled things and drawn even at 13. 3rd and 10 Cowboys. Look out from behind. Jones got away from Alberts. Not going to get a first down, but he got 6 yards. Toby Wright in the open field made the stop. Boy, Alberts does play hard every play. He just keeps coming from that backside.
Exactly what they talked about. This year, Nebraska went to the 4-3 defense to give them a little bit more of a pass rush. And Trev Albert said last year we'd take the first punch on defense, but this year we want to give it.
They've given it a couple of times this quarter. Second 3 and out now for the Cowboys in this quarter. You can feel a little bit of a lull from the crowd here in Lewis Field. And the punt coming up from Scott Tyner. He blasted his last one over 50 yards. Got another good one. Dixon can run up on this. Takes it on the bounce and stepped out of bounds. Trying to keep his feet in. Goes out just inside the 30. Don't forget, Sports Night with Keith Olbermann and Susie Colbert coming up. A new look at sports on ESPN2. They even wear nice clothes. I like that show.
They look like Hell's Angels the other night when I was watching them. Keith Olbermann had a black jacket on. And
see whether Keith or Susie wears leather tonight on Sports Night. Oh, that's this weekend, rather, not tonight. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 13 apiece. Nebraska with the ball back. Frazier, late pitch to Jones. That's about the first time he's used the trailer all night. Boy, he waited till the last instant, took a shot, but they got 9 yards out of it.
You're right, Brad. As you watch Tommy Frazier come down the line of scrimmage on a down-the-line option. Now hold it right here. Now he's looking at this defensive man. He knows he's going to play him, so he kicks the ball out to Calvin Jones and picks up extra yardage.
Jones got 9, 2nd and 1. Toss it to Jones this time for the first down and then some. Out to the 43. They ready to Javon Langford. Langford, another freshman. He's only making his 3rd start tonight on the defensive line for Oklahoma State. There's another guy that can run. Let's go to Jerry. Jerry?
After the last Nebraska touchdown, you got to give a call to George Sullivan, the Nebraska trainer. Tommy Frazier came off the field limping, came to the bench. Sullivan retaped him. While Sullivan's working on the right ankle, Osborne is working on Frazier's head, showing him a new diagram for an inside trap. They're working above and below the waist, and apparently it worked. Back upstairs.
1st and 10. Jones got across the 45 before he ran into traffic. We'll give him 3. 2nd and 7. Eric Hobbs in on the stop.
When you get it going, it's inside-outside pass. Any way you want to go, pass inside-outside. And that's what Nebraska is able to do now. I get the feeling that the offensive line in Nebraska is kind of taking over this game a little bit. At the line of scrimmage, those big tackles and guards are kind of controlling the line of scrimmage.
Lawrence Phillips is checked in at the I-back spot for Nebraska. He is a freshman, a true freshman. 2nd down, 7. 2.5 to play, 3rd quarter. Tie game at 13 in Stillwater. I don't know if Phillips didn't get the call or didn't want to take the handoff, but Frazier goes down. Penalty marker's down as well. Dave Grossfield made the tackle. There's Phillips, freshman running back. And here is Terry Turlington.
Dead ball foul. Delay of the game.
The 5-second clock ran out right before the snap.
I tell you, for Tom Osborne, that might be a break. After that last play blew up, now you still get a chance for a couple more plays. It's still 2nd down, so that may prove to be a break for him.
It would have been 3rd down and at least 10, maybe 11. As it is, it's 2nd down and 12. So you're right, basically a free down by penalty. Take Calvin Jones long to get back in the backfield for Nebraska.
Abdul Muhammad, the key receiver.
Frazier keeps it. Took a shot, but he might have a first down. He's very close. Ainsley, the linebacker. Harmon from the secondary.
That was a shovel draw all the way. It was going to be shovel draw to Abdul Muhammad, but no one was there.
I kept waiting for the shovel myself.
It was a shovel draw. Pat Jones had a great line on the shovel draw. He says they love the shovel draw. After they're killing you, every now and then they tell their players, we'll have some fun and throw the shovel draw. He says that's how he keeps them interested in Nebraska in practice.
Frazier's done so well on the ground tonight, decided just to keep it and might have a first down as they're going to bring the sticks out. Last year he did get a first down. Last year, Frazier threw a couple of touchdown passes and also rushed for 38 yards against the Cowboys. Tonight, 10 rushes, 44 yards, including that one for a first down.
Here's the shovel draw right here. Watch number 27, Abdul Muhammad, come underneath. He's looking for the shovel draw. There's no one there, so Tommy Frazier keeps it.
And we're starting to get some light rain in Stillwater. It's been trying to blow in here most of the afternoon. 1:57 left, third quarter. With Mike Gottfried and Dr. Jerry Punch, Brad Nessler with you from Lewis Field. Nice to have you watching on this Thursday evening. There's a couple people that came prepared. Of course, the people behind them will let them have it here in the next couple of minutes. The officials stopped play, and now we're all set. Tommy Frazier, the sophomore quarterback, trying to lead the second half comeback. The number 7 Nebraska fans trying to get into it for the Cowboy defense. Frazier through the hands of Corey Dixon. Would have been a tough catch, a little bit high.
Tommy Frazier's best when he's running play action passes, when he gets the fake and rolls out to the right or left side. Little high again. The crown is really giving some problems to Tommy Frazier. The center of that field is so high. He's high on everything outside.
He's missed his last 4 passes. We look at Frazier ground level. 2nd and 10. Tommy wants to throw a screen. Oh, almost picked off. Burns was there, got a hand on it. Frazier couldn't find his receiver out there.
Badly thrown ball and a mistake. Brendan Stein, number 66, really bumps into Burns. Now watch Keith Burns. He sees the screen, but number 66, Brendan Stein, is just going to bump into him, and that really kept him from intercepting the ball.
3rd and 10. Three wideouts for Frazier. Crowd getting back into it. Here's the option. This time he won't pick up the first down. In fact, he'll lose a yard. Gilden has had a big game. Career sack leader for Oklahoma State, and he stopped Tommy Frazier on this one.
Big defensive series for Oklahoma State. Jason Gilden, number 83, just there, makes the play on Tommy Frazier, forces the punt, but again, Oklahoma State should be backed up, Brad, with bad field position.
Byron Bennett will have to give it up. He's punted well tonight. This one goes out of bounds inside the 20, but not by much. 17-yard line. NFL Game Day coming up Sunday. Join host Chris Berman with Tom Jackson, Chris Mortensen for a look at the first half of the season. Joe Theismann for the award-winning NFL preview show. They'll all be there. And then Sunday night, an hour of television's most complete Sunday NFL wrap-up show, NFL Primetime. Join the gang, noon Sunday, and then they'll look back at the day at 7. Here it's 13-13. Winding down the third quarter. Oklahoma State back on offense. They have not mustered much on offense this half. Flag down. And we might have a holding call to negate Joe Jefferson's first down run. Don Reese made the tackle.
I think you're right here. It's going to be a hold call, and it's going to bring it back.
Joe Jefferson. Against Oklahoma State. Holding against the Cowboys.
Now that field position that was the strong suit for the Cowboys in the first half, slipping away here in the third quarter.
Now Mike Gundy and Pat Jones have a choice to make. backed up like they are, do they open it up a little bit more for Tony Jones, or do they still play conservative? Because eventually, if you give Nebraska the ball at the 50-40, they're going to score. So you have to come out of here. So you may have to open it up a little bit.
And the first down and 20 to work with after the holding call. And they are backed up inside their own 10.
Ball is loose and covered.
It appears by Oklahoma State at the bottom of the pile. Boy, could that have been a major disaster. Like Jones never quite got the handoff to the man he wanted to get it to.
Pat Jones's heart skipping a little bit. His team has not turned the football over. It just hit the elbow
of Jefferson.
Joe Jefferson. Oklahoma State very fortunate to recover the football.
David Thompson covered it. Actually for a yard gain. Second down and 19. Final play, third quarter. Not across the 10 to the 11. But a third down and a whole bunch coming up for Oklahoma State on offense when we start the fourth quarter. We played 3 in Stillwater, and we are where we started, dead even.
This is your world, genuine and true, working together in all that you do, and you're giving it your best. Proud to be your bud, Budweiser. Proud to be your bud. Proud to be your bud. Ooh, yeah. Proud to be your bud. Proud to be your bud.
A lot of champagne glasses have been used to prove how smooth a car can be at high speed. Sure, a toast is in order for a truck that can do the same. New Dodge Ram, Motor Trend's Truck of the Year.
Perfect! That package you sent to Denver, it never got there!
Introducing tracking software from Federal Express.
It was picked up at 5:20 last night, and it was delivered at 9:42 a.m. and signed for by Kate Donovan. Shall I call her for you, sir?
Never mind. Now you can track packages right from your computer on your desk.
99 years ago, we built our first Kelly Springfield tire. In that time, Americans invented TV. We fought in 2 world wars. We flew the first airplane and settled the West. We all had to start somewhere, and someone had to be first. Kelly Springfield, America's oldest tire company.
A new chapter has begun in Merrill Lynch's history in Asia. We are the first American securities firm invited to open an office in mainland China. Being there gives our financial consultants a different perspective, which makes a difference for our clients. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
Brad Nessler, Mike Gottfried, and Dr. Jerry Punch in Stillwater, Oklahoma, where Oklahoma State and Nebraska are deadlocked at 13 as we start the fourth quarter. And it's a third down and 17 for the hometown Cowboys. Play action. Jones goes down. It's Alberts. Trev Alberts has been hunting him all night, and he just dropped him at the 2-yard line.
You expect your big-time players and your star players to make big plays. Trev Alberts is not buying this play fake on 3rd and 16. He knows it's not going to be a run to the tailback, so he just beats the block of Matt Jones, number 62.
That puts Trev Alberts just 1 sack shy of the school record. That's 23 and a half. in his career, and it backs Oklahoma State up. Scott Tyner in the back of his end zone again. Cornhuskers have 2 safeties back. Oh, the punch block. Ben Miles, touchdown.
Brad, he was never blocked. He beat the inside. He was supposed to be blocked by the end man on the line of scrimmage, but I was watching him. He just really darted inside, was never blocked.
Miles, a junior, out of New Jersey. He just smothered that ball and then just covered it. Touchdown, Nebraska. I mean, covered it and the leg of Tyner and everything else. Tyner limping
Number
off.
14, he's going to break to the inside here for the block, and he is not blocked by the end man. Watch him go inside, faked outside, inside, not blocked. He's able to block the kick.
Great special teams play by Miles, and the point after up and good by Bennett. Disaster strikes the Cowboys, and now the Huskers have their first lead of the night.
In 47 BC, Cleopatra herself rented the very first luxurious caravan from Thrifty for a mere bag of sand. Today, Thrifty Car Rental still offers historically low rates on caravans, this time on Dodge Caravans. Simply check your phone book for the Thrifty location nearest you. Fact is, Thrifty's been renting cars at low prices and giving royal treatment since the very beginning. Thrifty Car Rental, historically known for low rates.
Announcing the biggest advance in Quaker State history. It's Quaker State's new advanced high-tech formula motor oil. Superior wear protection plus superior heat and stress protection. New advanced formula Quaker State, formulated for today's high-tech engines.
It's coming over the hill, Sarge.
Hit the lights, boys! Bigfoot!
2 square feet of pizza and a tasty new crust, all for $10.99. Bigfoot Pizza, the biggest pizza you can get delivered.
It's chasing after something you may never catch. It's hit or miss. And some days it's more miss. It's disappointing. It's dangerous. It's never, ever boring. In other words, it's exactly like a cowboy's life. Yeah, at Wrangler, we know cowboys. Our jeans were invented by them. Wrangler, the Western original.
ESPN's Thursday Night CFA is brought to you by Thrifty Car Rental, historically known for low rates, and by Budweiser, fresh, pure, natural. Proud to be your Bud.
A block punt for a touchdown has put Nebraska in front by 7 with 14:09 left in the ball game. Now Tom Sealer tees it up for Nebraska. Let's see how he kicks going east. He's been booming the kickoffs tonight and has not given Raphael Denson and Shannon Culver any opportunity to return a kick. Hangs this one up a little higher into the wind. Denson from the 2. Well, they don't do much better than the 20 anyway. After the 21, maybe the 22. Troy Dumas made the tackle.
Aaron Miles is going to come from the side and take this ball right off of the foot of the kicker. He just beat the block at number 15, Trent Fisher.
Great play, all by himself. That one's unassisted. And so now for the first time tonight, the Cowboys trail. Let's see what they do on offense from their own 21-yard line. Draw play. It's open on the left side for Johnson, but Toby Wright closed it quickly. Maybe a 3-yard gain as we go to Jerry Punch.
You think they're hustling on the football field? Let me show you what's happening here at the Nebraska bench. Glenn Abbott behind me, he is the equipment manager. He is changing the entire football team. 62 guys out of the dry turf shoe, to my right here, to a wet turf shoe. 130 cleats on each shoe. He is stacking shoes, trying to find corresponding numbers and shoe numbers and jersey numbers. It's chaos back here, but it's working. Back upstairs.
Man, that's great. It just started sprinkling 5 minutes ago.
Jerry ought to make himself useful and healthy.
That's right. Well, the catch made, forward progress near the 30 for Shannon Culver, short of the first down, though. Byron Miles was out there, the guy who just blocked the punt.
Oklahoma State in the second half, Brad's had 5 possessions, 4 started at their own 20 and 1 at their own 17.
Their last 3 have been 3 and out and have had to punt back to Nebraska. And they're going to have to do it again unless they pick up 2 yards here on 3rd down. We're under 13 minutes. It's Nebraska 20, Oklahoma State 13. Not going to be enough. It doesn't appear. Mark Spatz needed 2. I think he got 1. It looks like another 3 and out situation for the Oklahoma State sideline. 4th in a row coming up. Here comes the kicking unit.
You know one thing, when you get a kick block like Scott Tyner had happened to him the last time, it's on his mind again where Byron Miles will be coming from.
He's lining up in the same spot, getting in his track stance. Oh, he got close again. Tyner got a nice kickoff. Gets him way back at the 20. And dropped at the 21. Great coverage. Getting down there was Tyler Williams to make the tackle. Nebraska with a touchdown lead in the ball when we return.
This year during the World Series, Budweiser will bring you the game within the game. The Budweiser World Series Classic. To play, go to your favorite store, look for this sign, and pick up an official game card. Then catch the Budweiser Classic play during each game of the World Series. Each one's worth $100,000. Who knows? You could make the greatest play of the series.
Nice catch.
Kids laugh when I talk. I hate words. I want to be a writer.
The success of any organization of human beings really depends upon how well they can work together. So we try to hire good attitudes. I think the easiest way to lose success is to become convinced that you are successful. I think American Express has a distinctive market. I've really been very appreciative of not just the card itself, but the service behind the card.
American Express is welcomed on airlines all around the world. Herb is kind of partial to his corner of the world.
To 13, Nebraska. He hasn't run miles tonight, but he sure runs some very efficient yards to block a punt and almost get this one.
Byron Miles again is going to come from the outside against Trent Fisher, number 15. He's close again. Going to work around the outside. Looks like he's held a little bit. It's right under the leg of Scott Tyner.
Everybody home in. Back in weekend. Ball heads in effect, bro. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Bald heads in effect.
They don't belong to the hair club for men.
First down, Nebraska. Jones, maybe a yard, that's all. Run defense has been still tough all night. Burns led the charge, 44 on 44.
Keith Burns has really played an outstanding game tonight. 6'2", 235-pound senior, was a junior college player at Navarro. A lot of people thought when he came out of Navarro, he was the best linebacker in junior college.
He spent some time with Calvin Jones in the preseason, part of the Playboy preseason All-America team. He said he saw more of him on the plane than he did last year when Jones ran for over 170 yards in this game. They kind of ran away from Burns and ran away from Oklahoma State in a rout. Here's now again the other side. Langford got over there. Burner from the secondary.
That play just looks like it's too slow to develop, and Calvin Jones is waiting too long to make his move. Trying to wait on the block, and Kent Malin, number 62, just took too long to get outside.
Calvin was a player of the year in the Big 8 last year, over 1,200 yards, 71 tonight. That almost surprises you because he's had to work for him. And a year ago, we told you, he had a gigantic game, including a 90-yard touchdown run.
Amazing thing is only 7 carries.
Yeah. 3rd and 4. Play action. Frazier over to Muhammad. Incomplete. So Nebraska comes up with a punting situation for the first time in a long time. And the officials are going to have to stop play to get a couple of fans off the field. Where's Mike Curtis when you need him?
Yeah, he'd have got both of those.
Yep, in one sweep.
Right.
Byron Bennett to punt, and Scott Harmon is back. Oklahoma State, they got 10 men up. They haven't gotten close, though. A little bit closer that time. Great punt again. Harmon goes all the way over, takes it at the 27. And he weaves his way for about 9 yards up to the 36-yard line. Oklahoma State scored first in this one after the fumble recovery. It was Lawson Vaughn to put them up 3-0 in the first quarter. About 7.5 minutes later, he tacked on a 28-yard field goal. 6-0 at the end of the first quarter. And then Nebraska put together a 71-yard march. It ended in a Byron Bennett field goal from 28, 6-3. Lewis Adams capped the best drive of the night, 80-yarder, to put Oklahoma State up by 10 just at the gun at the end of the half. Bennett 13-6 at the break. And then it was Tommy Frazier capping off the long Nebraska march with a 4-yard touchdown, 13 apiece. Miles is the difference so far with a block punt for 7, and that's our difference right here. Big opening. Johnson left side, flags down as Johnson's down at the 47. The flag came from the far side of the field. Tyrone Williams and Lorenzo Brinkley make the tackle. Matt Jones out to look at that penalty marker that's at the 43-yard line. That's halfway to the hash mark. Doesn't like the call too much. He says, who is it? The coach isn't happy.
No, he's not. And you know how you control a trip, Albert?
Did not come inside the 9-yard mark. Repeat first down.
No, I watched that. That was number 4. But how you control a defensive end when he's working up the field? He thinks it's a pass situation. Remember the last play, he was able to sack the quarterback. You run the sprint draw cutback play with Darrell Johnson. That penalty was on number 4, the wide receiver, Fred Thomas. He came off the bench on that last play, and that was the penalty call.
Fred Alberts just puts Tony Jones in his crosshairs. You're right about that. And here he comes again. Jones has to dance around him. Lost the ball. Who's got it?
You can bet there's a lot of pulling on that football down underneath that pile.
Oklahoma State covers it. Pat's new wind sprints. He is quite an engaging personality to talk to. He's fun to spend time with. Boy, he is working that sideline.
Tony Jones moving around. Ball's just stripped from him. Looks like number 62, Matt Jones, may have recovered the football, or 23, Darrell Johnson.
2nd and 17. Jones throws quickly this time, but not much of a gain for Denson, who made the catch. About 3, Lorenzo Brinkley got out there, and it will be 3rd down and long.
9 minutes to go. You're going to have to throw the ball down the field. Now they've thrown everything in the flat, screen passes. Now Pat Jones has to take his shot to get the ball down the middle of the football field, or some route a little deeper. Maybe a deep curl, deep comeback, something in the middle of the field, a dig route.
You talk about struggling in the half, Mike. Only 36 yards.
And only one first down back for Oklahoma State in this half.
To get one here, they got to pick up 14 yards. Play action, flags down. Alberts nails Jones as he threw. Flags down on the play. Trev Alberts didn't get a sack, but he got a whole bunch of Tony Jones on that play. Illegal procedure against Oklahoma State. That wasn't a sack for Trev Alberts. It would have been the one to put him as the career sack leader. But watch what he does to the freshman after he makes the throw.
Trev Alberts is going to put a lot of pressure, and he's going to make sure the freshman quarterback remembers number 34.
I think he's definitely got his attention this half. Tyner to punt again. Darren Miles is not lined up at.
I think he's on the other side.
Right side, he's on the left.
They're going to try to bring him from the other side now.
Fifth straight 3-and-out for Oklahoma State. Good kick. Dixon, great punt. Fields it at the 9-yard line. And he's got a little room. Corey Dixon back to the 24. 59-yard kick and a 16-yard return. Boxing special coming up tomorrow night, gang, at 7:30. Possibly boxing's most controversial fight. I didn't get a chance to see this. I can't wait till tomorrow night. Sweet Pea, Pernell Whitaker, and Julio Cesar Chavez. You make the decision when it's all over. A look back tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern, right here on ESPN. The Cowboy fans have had reason to cheer tonight, regardless of what the outcome of this one might be. They've taken the number 17 in the country to the limit. 8:09 left in the ball game. Nebraska by 7. Frazier wants to cut back and keep it. Got back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard. Norman Williams and Javon Langford again. Prevent much of a game. Boy, Langford has had himself a night. He's going to be a good one, Mike.
They say he has the best potential of any young defensive player that they've had in a long time. They've had some great ones here. Tommy Frazier with the option, but watch Oklahoma State. They keep their shoulder pads parallel. There's just nothing there. Number 90, Norman Williams, finally makes the tackle.
Javon, just a freshman. Came out to the great Midwest, chose Oklahoma State over Rutgers, Pittsburgh, West Virginia, and Maryland. Almost intercepted. Charlie Verner. And Charlie knows that he'd been able to somehow get his mitts on that one. He was going about 30 yards for a touchdown.
A long throw for Tommy Frazier across the field. Charles Verner, 35, was in perfect position to intercept that one. Last week against TCU, he had a 95-yard interception return. But Tommy Frazier with a long throw. I think he checked this off. Charles Verner, number 35, with great position for the interception.
Frazier has missed his last 7. See if he puts it up on 3rd and 9. That one's complete, but it's well short of the first down. To the 32-yard line. Reggie Ball. And it'll be 4th down, Nebraska. And the battle of field position continues here in the 4th quarter in Stillwater.
Brad Bill Miller, the defensive coordinator, has really done an outstanding job for Oklahoma State. Great game plan. And he's got some another situation going on, right?
That he does. The punt coming up. Bill Miller's wife is at the game, we think. She is due to have their 2nd child. And he said, if you see me leave early, you'll notice the reason.
And if he's a boy, he's not going to name him Tom.
His wife knows whether it's going to be a boy or a girl, but he doesn't. We've got 6:35 left here at Lewis Field.
This clothing store has great selection, but I run 250. All right, 260. And in my size, that selection is pretty thin. Well, I found a place that has great clothing selection for big guys. Tall guys, too. The King Size Catalog. Look, brand names, good prices, and perfect fit no matter what size you are. And convenience? Just pick up the phone and call. All the top designers, selection, colors, quality, all for big and tall men only. Shirts too short? king size, perfect fit. Squeezed on neck size, king size, perfect fit. They've got everything in here. Shirts, slacks, shoes, jackets, jeans, just for us big and tall guys. Hey, extra long ties, too. The king size catalog, all for big and tall men only. Only.
If you're a big and tall guy, be sure and write down that number and give us a call. Every item is guaranteed for quality and fit. King size, perfect fit.
Start your NFL Sunday with the show the pros watch. ESPN NFL Game Day. Our pros will get you ready for a day of NFL excitement. ESPN NFL Game Day. Every Sunday at noon Eastern, only on ESPN.
6:35 left in the ball game. Nebraska leading Oklahoma State by 7. Fourth quarter. Boy, where are those two guys when you need them?
Realize that they were on the same team the same year here at Oklahoma State.
Unbelievable.
Thurman Thomas, Barry Sanders.
There was actually a year when Thurman Thomas was an All-American running back and Barry Sanders was an All-American kick and punt returner.
That'd spoil you as a coach.
It sure would. Pat Jones is still looking for another one of those guys. David Thompson. Penalty marker down.
They're going to get the face mask on this one.
They got the face mask and the shield, I think. David Thompson, they're the guy they hope, the coaches, that they hope he will be the kind of Thomas Sanders back we're talking about. He's just a freshman, but he shows a lot of promise. Face mask. You talk about backs.
There's the face mask. Toby Wright, number 3.
Talking about backs, Mike, not just Thurman Thomas and Barry Sanders, but there's been a long list of great running backs. Bob Fenimore, 2-time All-American. Terry Miller, remember him? Went on to a great NFL career, too. Leslie O'Neal, a defensive tackle. Mark Moore, defensive back. Thomas and Sanders. Ernest Anderson was here. Gerald Hudson was here. They've had some great players on both sides of the ball. Almost intercepted by Lorenzo Brinkley.
That's the mistake you wanted all night out of the freshman quarterback, Tony Jones. But Charlie McBride was trying to get this all night. Lorenzo Brinkley just missed the interception. Number 5, right to him. Tony Jones rolling to the left side. He's trying to outrun Trev Alberts. Now he tries to throw the football all arm because he can't get his feet up under him. Number 5, Lorenzo Brinkley, just can't bring it in.
Trev Alberts is like a big 6'4" shadow, isn't he, when you're a quarterback? He makes the tackle here, but it's a first down run. The first down since the first minute of the third quarter for Oklahoma State.
You can imagine in recruiting, Oklahoma State's always talking to tailbacks about, do you want to be the next Thurman Thomas, Barry Sanders? And so they've been able to recruit some good backs here, and now with 6:09 in the ball game, they need a good back now to get some yardage for them.
Down 7. Dobson, the freshman, stays in there. First down at the Nebraska 48-yard line. This time it's Jefferson, the fullback. Maybe a yard. That's it.
Once again to Joe Jefferson.
Brinkley and Keneally make the hit.
The Oklahoma State players feel very comfortable at home. They say, hey, we have a winning streak here.
7 straight. Dates back to 91. You talk about a streak. They have not beaten Nebraska since 1961. 5:20 left. Not even a yard. Keneally made the stop on Jones.
Can only imagine as you see Pat Jones on the other side what's going through his mind with 5:05. If he can score a touchdown, now he has to make a decision to go for 1 or 2. Right. And I think when you're playing Nebraska and you're Oklahoma State, you go for the 2.
Last loss to Kansas State in 91. Kansas State off to a great start so far this year.
Big game with KU this week at Manhattan.
Third down and 8. Tipped by John Reese. Incomplete. Fourth down.
Now a decision, Brad. I think you punt the football, punt him in the hole. You've been doing a good job on defense. Try to kick him inside the 20, keep Nebraska down there, and you'll get the ball back. One more shot to try to win the ball game.
You got the number 1 rushing defense in the conference. You hope to pin Nebraska back because they've been struggling with their passing attack of Tommy Frazier's here in this quarter. Scott Tyner set the kick away to Corey Dixon. This time Nebraska has the return set up, so Tyner, it appears, can take a little more time and a kick. It's a fake. It is not going to be enough for a first down. It's Harmon, but he only got to the 42. Gutsy call, didn't work.
Tried to run a trap up inside with Scott Harmon. Nebraska, Charlie McBride, the snap's going to come right here, and they're going to try to run him up the middle on a trap blocking. Watch the blocking up inside, but there's nothing there. Too much pursuit. Number 6 for Nebraska, John Reese with good pursuit.
And now they need all of that Oklahoma State defense to somehow get the ball back. Frazier to Jones. Jones keeps it as he fakes the end around and got to the 48-yard line. And we're down to 4:20 left in the game. Nebraska trying to defend their Big 8 conference crown, going for number 3 straight this year. They have had to work for it tonight. They lead by a touchdown with 4 minutes left. 2nd and 4. Frazier got a first down. Stepped out of bounds, but he picked up the first down, went out on his own at the 44-yard line.
This Nebraska football team has had success in recent years, but when they go to the bowl games, they seem to lose something. But when you look at who they played, in 88, lost to Florida State, number 2 ranked team in the country, and number 89, the number 2 ranked Miami, and 90, number 2 Florida State again. In 91, they lose to number 1 Georgia Tech, 92 to Miami, number 1, number 2, 93 Florida State. So they've had some bad draws in the bowl games.
I guess so. Blitz coming on first down. Jones past the blitz, past the secondary. Calvin Jones. Touchdown. 44 yards.
Zach Weger, number 72, with a key block. Oklahoma State tried to blitz to get the ball back, and Calvin Jones hit the seam behind Zach Weger for the touchdown.
Number 44 goes 44. And the extra point upcoming will make it a 2-touchdown game with 3:38 left.
Minute for the BAC.
27-13. Nebraska, with that young man breaking it open, Calvin Jones. He's over 100 for the 2nd time on the season. He said he couldn't wait to get out here and play tonight, even though he had the gigantic game. Last year, 176 yards and a couple of touchdowns, 31 rushing touchdowns now, and 121 more on the ground tonight.
So
to go from the euphoric feeling of having the number 7 team in the country on the ropes to feeling like that on the sideline.
Pat Jones took a gamble with the fake punt. Not able to pick up the first down, and Nebraska with good field position was able to go down and score and go up by 14. There's the blitz. Number 44, Keith Burns, was picked up by Zach Wiegert, number 72, and that really opened the hole for Calvin Jones. Then he breaks outside and is able to get away from Delvin Miles, number 7, and outrun Charles Verner for the end zone.
Sealer to kick. This one will be taken by Raphael Denson at about the 3-yard line.
Fumble. Picked up by Culver. He reverses field. He gets a couple of blocks. He might have something here. Out to the 26. I was looking for the Stanford band there for a second.
Kareem Moss made the tackle. Oklahoma State takes over on offense.
Nebraska with just good pursuit down the field.
Austin Wirtz made the hit that popped the ball loose. And
you're right, Brad. If Shannon Culver just breaks one more tackle.
There was the block he needed, didn't get.
Kareem Moss, number 1, makes the tackle.
.325, all that the Cowboys have left. And Tony Jones in trouble and goes down from behind. This one's Dwayne Harris. You worry all night about Trev Alberts, and all of a sudden from the other side, the dam breaks a little bit. Just a reminder, we're just a couple of minutes away from naming our Wrangler Player of the Game.
Nebraska's controlled the line of scrimmage in the second half, and that's been the difference in the ball game. Down to 2 downs for Oklahoma State. 2:55 on the clock.
Third down at 14, and they have been unsuccessful in their last 7 third-down attempts. Jones has to scramble again. Completed it. Culver made the catch, but Baron Miles wouldn't let him loose. Miles has had a big second half.
Baron Miles really may have been the player of the game with that block punt, because that was really what set this whole game up. And now key tackle to keep him from getting the first down and forcing him into a 4th down situation.
We've got a timeout. 4th down and 7 with 2:36 left. And it's Nebraska now in front by a couple of touchdowns.
What do all these police officers have in common?
My name is Patrolman James Newton, and I was shot once Bob Parcell, and I was shot right above the heart.
Every year, more police officers are shot.
Point blank range.
Yet fewer die, thanks to an innovative DuPont fiber called Kevlar in bullet-resistant vests.
Tina Dillard, and I was shot twice at close range.
Being a police officer is always going to be dangerous, but it doesn't have to be fatal. DuPont, better things for better living.
Where there was once only a place to sit, there's now a convenient place to relax. Where there was once only unusable space, there's now an ingenious storage system of interchangeable bins, trays, and cargo netting. Where there was once only upholstery, there's now a place for an office. And where there was once only a truck, there's now Dodge Ram, Motor Trend's Truck of the Year.
What do you mean I can't do that?
Please, don't pull that on me now.
I'm pressing enter.
You're the computer. You tell me where the file is.
Huh?
Don't just sit there blinking.
Enter. I'm gonna give this to you, but I want it back.
The idea of talking to a computer is certainly not a new one.
Open status report.
Getting a response certainly is. The new Desk Pro with business audio from Compaq.
Pat Jones' team has played so well tonight. Come into the ballgame 3-1 and wondering just how good they might be. I think they've proven that they are a very capable Big 8 team, but things have gone Nebraska's way in the second half. 4th down. They faked their last punt. They're showing the same type of formation here. Nobody's back for Nebraska, expecting more of the same. But they will get a punt. And now to try to get down and cover it. That's going to take a great Oklahoma State roll. This is the kind of punt they could have used before, maybe, instead of the fake punt. 64 yards, that'll work. But it's kind of late now. Oh, there you go. It pays to have family every place.
Yeah, the family is definitely here tonight.
Oh, that's great.
Were you born here in Stillwater?
No, my sister lives over in Tulsa, so she's over with a truckload. Thank you. Nebraska about set to go to 5-0. They've been tested twice this year, though. UCLA took them to the limit, and I think you could consider this one a limit tonight. Take away that block punt. This is a whole different situation. Now to 2:10 with a timeout. Our Wrangler players of the game in this matchup tonight. And I think Mike and I talked about it. We just thought the difference in the ball games, this young man not only played great in the secondary, but that block punt was huge. Our player of the game from Nebraska. And on the other side of the ball for the Cowboys of Oklahoma State, this kid's going to be something special, I think, Mike.
A lot of good quarterbacks in the country this year. Tony Jones really displayed that he's going to be a fine quarterback here for Oklahoma State.
So we're down to 2:11, and the Cowboys down to 1 timeout.
And it looks like number 200 for Tom Osborne.
And we congratulate him ahead of time. It's going to put him trailing only Joe Paterno and Bobby Bowden in the active coaching category. He will go to 20-0-1 against Oklahoma State. He'll have win number 200 under his belt. Second down, 7. Bobby Fraser's going to change things up. And the option pitches to Jones. Galvin got it out. Kept his hand down, but stepped out at the 15-yard line. Let's go to Jerry Punch, Doc.
Gentlemen, each university has an own group that sort of supports athletics. Here at Oklahoma State, it's called the Young Guns. They're a spirit group, and they support not only basketball, football. Actually began to support Eddie Sutton's basketball program a couple of years ago. They had about 6 guys down here who pull a drum around the field, and about 200 up there in orange wigs. That is not Brad Nessler's family over from Tulsa. That is the folks from the Young Guns. They indoctrinated me into this club prior to the game. Brad, they would have put you in, but the key word here is young.
Oh, man, I knew that was coming. Doc would take anything for free, though, because he'll take that T-shirt. And he'll wear that yet tonight, probably. Scott Harmon makes the tackle. We're under 2 minutes. Oklahoma State can only stop it one more time. There's the congratulations to Tom Osborne, win number 200. And he will do it in less seasons, reaching the 200-win plateau quicker than anybody. Joe Paterno did it in a couple less games, but it took him one more season of coaching. Now to 120, 2nd and 3. Big hole for the fullback. All the way out to the 44-yard line goes Dave Fiala. Scott Harmon may have saved another touchdown. You saw Dr. Punch down there, handsomely attired in the ESPN gear, and our crew clothing provided by Logo Athletics. We thank them. Sports Center's next. Take a look at the National League Championship Series. Braves looking to even things off with the Phillies. Look ahead to the big college football weekend and a lot more. That's Sports Center up next after we finish this one from Stillwater. We got about a minute left. Talk about long streaks, though. 73, we mentioned the tie in this series, but this will now make it 31 wins, only 2 losses and 1 draw. Those 2 victories for Oklahoma State came in 1960 and 1961 when they first started the series. There's a dry spell continuing by quarters for Oklahoma State. Still haven't put any points up in the 4th quarter this year, and they really killed them here again today. And let's see if Oklahoma State's going to use their last time out. We have a flag that will stop play. Penalty marker down.
They're going to get a personal foul here because one of their players just punched one of the Nebraska players. But Pat Jones has to really be happy the way his players played tonight. They gave it a run.
Winningest Division 1A, Division 1 coaches. The Bear on top. Amos Alonzo, Stagg, Pop Warner, Joe Paterno, Woody Hayes, Bo Schembeckler. You go down the list. You move into the second part of the top, the dirty dozen, if you will. Bowden, Neely, Woodson, Dooley, Anderson, and now Osborne is 22 seconds away from moving into that illustrious group. So we congratulate them. Lawrence Phillips, freshman, down near the 33, and that's going to do it. As Nebraska remains unbeaten, but they were challenged tonight. And challenged extremely well by the Cowboys of Oklahoma State and Pat Jones searching out Coach Osborne, who I'm sure is going to congratulate number 200. They did play well. Let's go down to Jerry if he's all set. Jerry.
Coach, congratulations, 200, quite a milestone for you.
Well, I wish we'd have played a little better, but I think we played a good.
Hey, they're celebrating down here. A little cold, but
sorry, you got water in your mouth. All I can say is Oklahoma State's got a good team. They got a great defense, and we got to smooth out a little bit to get better, but we're glad to get the win, glad to get out of Stillwater.
Coach, learn a little bit about your team not coming back from being down in the first half.
Well, we've come back a couple times now against UCLA and against these guys, too, so I think they've got a lot of character and a lot of heart, and we got a strong football team, but we just got to execute better. So we'll get better, and I think the layoff may have helped, and it may have hurt us both ways.
Coach, congratulations.
Thanks, Jerry.
Tom Osborne, 5-0 for the Cornhuskers. A little bit damp, but celebrating down here, becoming only the 11th coach, third active with 200 career victories. Guys?
And you saw a guy that helped so much. Baron Miles' block punt and 136 yards and a clinching touchdown by Calvin Jones. It's going to wrap it up. For Mike Godfrey and Jerry Punch, I'm Brad Nessler. Thanks for being with us from Stillwater. The final score, the Huskers over the Cowboys, 27-13. Sports Center is coming up next.
Save right now.
Up next on SportsCenter, the Braves hope to stand tall and swing a heavy stick to draw even in Philly. The AL had the day off, and we'll show you what they did. In the NBA, the Magic splurged to get Penny on the court, while the mailman wants Utah to jazz up his contract. You won't see Andre Agassi's image at the next Davis Cup match. What you will see is a preview of Saturday's showdown at Tallahassee. On ice, the Stars went north to speed the Leafs fall. The newest Penguin displayed his touch to Montreal. The Rangers need a comeback against Tampa Bay, and Buffalo tries to stick it by the Bruins. Buckle up. SportsCenter takes you for a ride. Next.
Love the flume. Hello and welcome to the big show. Along with Linda Cohn, I'm Mike Tirico.
Many of you have just seen Tom Osborne's 200th win. We'll take you to the Nebraska locker room for a post-game ceremony later on in the show. And also, we'll give you the story from Philadelphia, the highlights and reaction to Game 2 of the NLCS.
But once again, we start with basketball and pennies from heaven of coaches with 200 wins. Nebraska coach Tom Osborne a chance to join that duo tonight in our Thursday night game in Stillwater, Oklahoma. The Big 8 opener for 7th-ranked Nebraska at Oklahoma State. A likely night for the record because Osborne 19-0-1 against the Cowboys. But it wouldn't be easy for Tom's team. Not off to a good start. Tommy Frazier fumbles. Javon Langford recovers deep in Husker territory. Oklahoma State would get a field goal up 3-0. Then after exchanging field goals at 6-3, Lewis Adams caps an 80-yard drive. What's going on here? Oklahoma State up 13-6 at the half. Third quarter, it's 13-6. Tommy Frazier on the option. Keeps it and gets it into the end zone to tie the game at 13 after 3 against Pat Jones' team. In the fourth, Scott Tyner to punt. Watch the play by Baron Miles. He blocked it. He held on to it. An unbelievable play. You have to get a second look. The block, he keeps it right in front of him. One bounce and right into his gut. A tremendous play. Takes it right off the punter's foot. 2013, Nebraska's defense tightened. Calvin Jones up the gut, cut to the outside. 44 yards into the end zone. Jones, the I-back, 21 carries, 136 yards. And the Huskers move to 5-0 as Coach Osborne gets win 200 by 14. Calvin Jones, after rushing for just 26 yards on 9 carries in the first half, puts up 110 in the second. Nebraska has not lost to Oklahoma State since 1961. And a little bit later in the show, we'll take you back to Stillwater for the ceremony in the locker room as Coach Tom Osborne wins game 200.
Also later in the show, we'll preview Saturday's full schedule of college football. We call it the Halftime Blitz, and we'll zero in on the Knowles and Canes, of course, and all the fun that goes with that from Tallahassee.
And it's going to be fun. That's not the only place we'll take you. We're going to head to Philadelphia at the Vet. It's a final. And oh my goodness, look at all the runs up on the board. A lot of highlights and reaction coming up. Don't go away.
Of our program here that we're 14, 13-point underdogs. I can't recall it ever being that large ever.
All week, everybody's telling us, oh, we're going to get our tails kicked. I mean, we just look at this as a challenge. Like you say, we have nothing to lose and everything to win.
I just think it's another thing for people to try to put us down and try to get our hopes down and, make us become doubters ourselves, but it's not going to happen.
Regardless of the outcome, this game will be packed with excitement because that's the way it goes. Having seen the last two from field level, there are 3 images that stick in my mind. First, there was this hit by Michael Barrow on Tamarick Vanover last year. Second, and FSU fans might want to look away, there was the sure thing in '91 that Jerry Thomas kicked wide right. Finally, there was the shot of Dennis Erickson getting off the bus before last year's game. There's no reason to believe that things will be any different this time around. That's it outside Doak Campbell Stadium. Now let's go back to the studio.
Mike, this game is big when the Sports Information Office at Miami gets a phone call from a fan who said while in Tallahassee, he overheard some Seminole fans talking about this big plot to poison the Hurricanes' food. That's right. Miami officials say they're not concerned about it. They say they plan to put the freshman at the head of the chow line.
Well, what Dennis Erickson said, it's why his son has a scholarship to test the food before the other guys get to it. Hey, it's been 9 years since the Canes were a double-digit dog. That was '84 Nebraska. Remember the Orange Bowl, 11-point underdogs? They won that game. Others, since 1979, you see a couple of losses to Penn State and Florida State. And in that '79 season when Miami was a double-digit dog 4 times, their record that year, 1-3. They haven't been to Florida State since '79, and we'll see how they do in Tallahassee coming up on Saturday. A little bit later, more on the biggest and the other big games of this weekend with the required viewing halftime blitz.
Next, a college football player who won't wear his college colors when we head home. But there you're looking at Philadelphia, and that is where we're heading next. Stick around.
Half of the Nebraska football team, we're really proud to have you as our coach, winning 200 games faster than any college coach in the history of football.
Sir.
It's a privilege.
Presentation of the game ball after win number 200, and former Oklahoma coach Barry Switzer also at the game, congratulating Tom Osborne on the milestone.
The Tom Osborne Show is brought to you by your Kearney area Napa Auto Care Centers and Brown Swiss Gillette Dairy Products. Our fresh taste makes the smile.
AccuTrade's Tom Osborne Show, brought to you by AccuTrade, America's deep discount broker, by Rod Cush's Furniture on Consignment, and by O'Doul's. When you want the refreshing taste of beer without the alcohol, think O'Doul's. It's what beer drinkers drink when they're not drinking beer. Now, here's Kent Pavelka and Tom Osborne.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome to the Tom Osborne Show. As you know, a milestone was reached this past Thursday night when the Huskers beat Oklahoma State 27-13 in Stillwater. Tom Osborne in that game becoming just the 12th coach in Division I history to win 200 games. Everyone said congratulations, and that's certainly appropriate, but I think maybe even more appropriate is a thank you on behalf of the fans. Vicariously, everybody's been in this and has enjoyed a lot of fun times and entertainment over the last 21 years, and I know that you've got to be pleased for your coaches and your players, but do know the fans have really enjoyed the trip.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Sometimes I hear the other side of it, but I'll take your word for it. But it has been fun for me, and of course, I think the coaching staff has done really most of the work. We've had great players, and I think the coaches' families have sacrificed a great deal too, and deserve some credit. So it's been a nice stretch, and we hope we can keep doing some good things in the future.
Okay, coming up on tonight's show, we'll be reviewing the hard-fought win over Oklahoma State. We'll look ahead to next week's game, of course, with Kansas State, have questions for the coach, and all this and more coming up next on AccuTrade's Tom Osborne Show.
Tired of paying high commissions? I don't blame you. There's absolutely no reason why a knowledgeable investor should have to pay a full commission broker just to enter orders, especially when you can use our AccuTrade system and only pay 3 cents a share commission. It just makes good sense. For instance, buy 3,000 shares of a $20 stock and pay a commission of $90, just 3 cents per share. And with AccuTrade, you can enter orders and obtain quotes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from anywhere with just a simple touch-tone phone. It's easy and it's fast. Pull out your last monthly statement from your full commission broker and compare not only the commission rates, but also take a look at all those extra charges. They add up. If you're doing all the work, maybe it's time to pay yourself.
You only need a minimum of $5,000 equity to open and maintain your account, and the minimum charge is just $48. Call this 800 number today and connect with AccuTrade, America's deep discount broker, member SIPC.
Jim was going where no man had ever gone, into the darkest jungles of Malaysia.
Did you find it, Jim?
Yeah.
Thought you could use a cold one.
Great. Ice cold O'Doul's. Not alcohol, and hey, only 70 calories. Just right for a true adventurer like Jim. Jim was going where no man had ever.
When you want the refreshing taste of beer without the alcohol, think O'Doul's. It's what beer drinkers drink when they're not drinking beer.
Hello, Omaha. It's an unclaimed layaway sale. Yes, folks, our warehouses are jam-packed with layaways, unclaimed layaways, and right now you can purchase this furniture for as little as 33 cents on the dollar with free interest for 12 months. Hurry, we will save you money. Remember, it's 12 months free interest, right cushions, furniture on consignment, 72nd down, Omaha. Thank you.
Well, the Huskers played in Stillwater last Thursday night, as we mentioned, against Oklahoma State, a game that was nationally televised by ESPN. Some Husker fans there, even though it was Thursday night. And upcoming, a shot of Tom looking just like he did 21 years ago before victory number 1. Right?
Well, I think I've got a few miles and a few scars on me since then. But we ended up with a pretty nice evening to play. And the weather forecast wasn't that good. They were predicting thunderstorms and showers. And we did have a little bit of light rain, but not bad. Calvin Jones on the first play from scrimmage gains 6 yards and comes back again here on a counter sweep. Now, we had a mistake. One of our linemen did not pull on that play because we kind of checked the audible a couple times. We still got first down. Now, Tommy Frazier on a off-tackle option picks up 9 yards. And so we've driven the ball up to about the 40-yard line, had pretty good position here. And now Tommy was trying to audible a pass play there, pulled out from center a little bit prematurely, and then the ball was kicked, and we ended up losing 20 yards on the play. And, of course, this was a huge play because of momentum, and I think it was a big confidence builder for Oklahoma State and kind of set the tone for the first half. You see there that that nobody hit the ball, and I think Tommy just was pulling back. And
should he have tried to jump on it, Tom?
Well, he should have fallen on the ball, obviously. You usually tell players not to try to pick it up. Yet once in a while, an athlete like Tommy will pick it up and make a big play, and then you say, well, that was the right decision. So it's always easy to second guess. Here they come out on the first play and throw a little hitch out to the receiver there.
Denson.
And Denson, was a running back. And now a little counter play, good tackle there by Lorenzo Brinkley. And that was actually a loss of 2. And now a slant pass is broken up by Toby Wright. And so at this point, they have to kick field goal on 4th down. So the defense really did a good job. When Oklahoma State took over at our 20-yard line, to get out of there with a field goal was pretty good.
You bet. Could have been 14-0 early. Instead, it's 6-0.
We stiffened a couple times here, an option play, and we had some miscommunication, and just wasn't blocked properly. And it was fairly loud down there for not a huge crowd. And at times we had maybe 2 or 3 plays that were primarily bust just because not everyone heard the audible or the line call.
Bennett had a great day.
Yeah, Byron punted the ball very well. A great coverage there by Ernie Beeler. That was a punt of 50 yards or more. Now we were trying to sack Jones. This was a very fortunate play. He should have been sacked in the first place, and then the receiver makes a diving reception, and that was a long yardage situation, and they end up picking up about 15, 20 yards on the play.
This guy's got good feet. He's very quick, but your secondary closes and good pursuit.
There was no gain on that play. Toby Wright made the tackle. Now a cutback play, and fortunately on this play, I believe they were, there was one of them in here that were called for a penalty. That play there, they picked up 14.
Terry Keneally was tackled on that play, by the way.
Well, that's going to happen some, the way the rules are anymore, and you just got to play over those things. There, Jones hit Denson for 8 yards in the first down. Now, excellent defense here, good pursuit. We missed one tackle, and Jones ends up really with no gain. Trev Alberts eventually got him, and that set up another field goal situation. It looked to me like it might have gone to the left, but he still got it through there.
Yeah.
And so that made it 6-0. And of course, at this point, it's all been Oklahoma State. We really haven't done anything offensively. We had the one fumble and then 1 3 plays and out. And here was one of those cases where we had a miscommunication in the line, primarily because of not being able to hear.
Yeah, nobody blocked the tackle. I thought Tommy was hit clearly out of bounds.
Well, he was, and they did penalize him here. And this also was a case where he hurt his groin and got twisted pretty well here. But this was a great job by Tommy in this case of not getting thrown for a loss.
Well, he takes a beating, doesn't he?
Well, he did in this game. This was a very hard-hitting game, and here you see they did get him out of bounds, and he got twisted pretty hard on his leg. He could have hurt his knee. Here's a hitch play that's audible. Abdul Muhammad, gain of about 10.
Did he check into this, Tom? Looked like they were coming.
Yeah, he audible there because they were coming with a blitz, and in this case, Muhammad was able to pick up first down. So now we move it down the field and get in position, but we end up having to settle for a field goal.
Right, 6-0 the score. In the second period, the Huskers' hole gets a little deeper, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. Stay around for those highlights.
There's never enough time. I haven't talked to my broker in days, and that stock you and I talked about on the plane looks like a great buy. Welcome to life in the fast lane. What are you doing? We've got to make that next connection. One quick phone call to my broker. Your broker works on Saturday? I use AccuTrade. We don't have time for that now. We're going to be late. It takes me 3 calls just to get to my broker. Then I have to talk about the big game, the weather. All done. When you couldn't get through? Actually, I checked the current quotes and placed my order. Best part is, I only pay 3 cents a share commission. But with a touch-tone phone, I'm connected with AccuTrade from anywhere, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Hey, if I'm doing all the work, why pay someone else?
Call this 800 number today to connect with AccuTrade. You only need $5,000 equity to open and maintain your account, and the minimum charge is just $48. Orders are executed during normal market hours. Call America's deep discount stockbroker, AccuTrade, member SIPC.
Seen what the voice of the Huskers is wearing on his trunks?
So you're thinking maybe Fruit of the Loom? Hi, folks. Kent Pavelka with a simply unbeatable game plan for savings from Century Buick Isuzu. While they last, Century is slashing prices on Omaha's largest selection of 93 LeSabres and Centuries. This is your chance to save thousands on 2 of Buick's best-selling models. And remember, Century will beat any deal on a comparable new Buick or Isuzu, or you get the vehicle free. At Century Buick Isuzu, we're like the Huskers. We're simply unbeatable. 115th and Dodge.
Welcome to the garden Cafe. Great food, every day. Garden Cafe, we love food.
So it's 6-0 Oklahoma State as we go into the second period. The ball deep in Oklahoma State territory. The drive stalls out, though. We bring in Byron Bennett. He comes on to boot a 28-yard field goal. Byron 5 for 6 in field goals this year, Tom, and he's averaging better than 41 yards a punt. Plus, he's a very good athlete, I'm told.
Well, Byron will tell you that. He put on a little weight over the summer, but he is a good athlete. He can throw the ball well. He's a pretty good runner, and he bangs this one through. Of course, when he first came here as a freshman, there was a fumbled snap, and he picked the ball up and tore a cruciate ligament. I think about the first time he ever tried to kick the ball in a scrimmage.
Now here's their 80-yard drive.
Now, this was a screen pass. We missed a tackle, and we really didn't tackle well in the first half. We had several missed tackles that contributed to some of our problems. Here's a quick out, good tackle there by Tyrone Williams. But the receiver, Shannon Culver, picked up the first down on the play.
This next play is very well blocked.
That was a trap play, and they had hurt us with a couple previously, and we slanted our line, and they actually broke the trap play outside of the man they were trying to trap. So it was just one of those things. They kind of fell into the play. Now another missed tackle. But we do stop the ball carrier for practically no gain, actually a loss of 1. That was Ed Stewart and Darren Williams on the play.
It was a fake draw on a screen, I think.
Now, this was one where you can see we had a tackler right there. He missed the tackle, and gain of 12. John Reese finally made the play. That was the fullback on the screen. And now another trap play up the middle. And again, it was blocked well, and we did shut that play down in the second half. Unfortunately, we couldn't get it done a little bit sooner than we did. Toby Wright made the stop, and now Adams is going to dive up over the top against a goal line defense. They got a tackle off on our backside backer for some reason there, and so they scored very easily. And this was, of course, the only touchdown they scored during the ball game.
Right.
I think other than that drive, our defense really played pretty well. We obviously weren't sharp in the first half, but that second half came in and shut them down to about 60 yards and no points.
Yeah, this was it, an 80-yard drive and only 59 yards in the second half. And that, of course, gave you the ball in the second half and allowed the tide to turn.
Well, actually, also the strong point, I think, of Oklahoma State's football team is their defense. They're a very, very good defensive team. I think they're an improving and a young offensive team, and they're certainly not bad. But here was a critical play. It was 3rd down and 1, and I think we probably should have run the isolation play to the other side. It's kind of an either-or call. We run ISO, and we didn't run it properly, and Calvin Jones was thrown for actually a slight loss on that play.
But the defense does well again.
Well, this time they try that same play they opened the game with, and there's no gain on the play. Actually, loss of 1. John Reese makes the tackle. Denson was the ball carrier. And now Darrell Johnson is going to carry the ball. That's their I-back, and you saw that we had a stunt. And Eddie Stewart plugged and made the tackle for a loss of 1.
So back to Nebraska the ball comes now.
Well, this is, I think we'd only had the ball offensively 17 plays up till this point. We had roughly a minute and a half or so left in the half. Frazier hits Tremaine Bell there for a gain of 10.
Tough to run once you caught it in this game. Okay?
Well, they pursue well, and they tackle well, and they were emotionally ready to play. I think more so than we were, which I think is partly my responsibility. Now Calvin Jones on a screen pass. Calvin runs well, gain of 13, and got us pretty good field position. And now we're going to see another play to Calvin. This is out of the shotgun. And this is a replay of the screen.
Yeah.
And you see the blockers out in front. We have 3 of them there. And didn't get a whole lot of people knocked down, but at least gave Calvin a little bit of an opportunity to make some cuts. Now this play here, Tommy dumps it off to Calvin, and Calvin wisely gets out of bounds, stops the clock, gain of 7 on the play.
Here's another one where Tommy's... or Corey is hit out of bounds.
Yeah, this was Corey Dixon. This was a gain of 31.
and see Corey gets knocked out on about the 5 or 6 yard line. We tried one throw into the end zone that was incomplete, and then ran out of time. I think there was about 4 seconds left and had to kick field goal. Here's a replay.
And to your credit, no retaliation on any of that stuff all night long.
Well, we talked to players a lot about it, and I know there's 2 styles of football. One is to have a confrontational attitude, and some people think you play better that way. And our position has been basically, if you drop your hands and you walk away from it, you're going to pick up some personal fouls and some penalties that hurt way more than trying to swing at some guy with a helmet on. And so we do narrow the gap here to 13 to 6. And we got a little bit of momentum back, but it certainly wasn't a good feeling at halftime.
Well, again, you go back to OSU's getting 6 points instead of 14 on their 2 first possessions, and it could have been in trouble.
Could have been really tough. And but we kind of hung in there, and that's about all we were doing. We were hanging on by our fingernails at the half, and we did regroup, and I think the players came out and played a real good second half.
Really a dominant second half. Coming up next, our halftime report, which this week will focus on Tom Osborne's right-hand men, his assistant coaches.
Everyone's telling me I should be using a discount broker, but I don't know. What you need is a deep discount broker who will save you some real money. How? I use AccuTrade and pay only 3 cents a share commission. Seriously, with their AccuTrade system, all I need is a touch-tone phone, and I can get quotes and enter orders 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from anywhere. Hey, this sounds too good. You're telling me I could buy, let's say, 5,000 shares of $100 stock and pay only $150 in commission? That's all. With AccuTrade, there's a minimum charge of just $48, and you pay only 3 cents a share commission regardless of the price of the stock. All right, you convinced me. Hey, they're calling our plane. Besides, why pay a full commission broker just to enter your orders?
Call today. You need only $5,000 equity to open and maintain your account. Orders are executed during normal market hours. Call America's deep discount stockbroker, AccuTrade. Member SIPC.
Trust your automotive service to ASE certified technicians at Bob's Avco and Villager 66 Service, 2 of your Kearney area Napa Auto Care centers. You'll find peace of mind under the Napa Auto Care sign.
Quality Checked once again makes it stand on higher standards. Sure, other dairies seem like they're on vacation. Not Quality Checked. Our standards are higher than the industry's. That's what gives Quality Checked its fresh taste. While some dairies merely satisfy industry standards, Quality Checked won't be satisfied until you are. Buy Brown Swiss Gillette Quality Check milk and you'll see why.
Our fresh taste makes me smile.
Tom Osborne is the first person to admit that he's had a lot of help along the way in winning 200 games. It's taken some excellent athletes, obviously, to reach that milestone. And as Jeff Schmall reports, it's taken some loyal assistant coaches as well.
College coaching is one of those professions in which you don't plan on being at one place for a very long time. But the University of Nebraska is one of the few exceptions to that rule. Tom Osborne's 9 assistant coaches have been with the Husker program an average of 12 years each. Assistant head coach Frank Solich is in his 15th season with the Huskers. Defensive coordinator Charlie McBride has been around for 17 years. Offensive line coach Milt Tenneper is marking his 20th season at Nebraska, while defensive backs coach George Darlington has been an assistant during all 21 of Tom Osborne's seasons as head coach. And having a staff that has been together for so long has proved to be quite an advantage for the Huskers.
We just have gotten to know each other so well. We know each other's coaching philosophies and habits and techniques, and we're able to relate to one another very well that way, and we know what to expect from one another. If you know each other and know what each other's about, you're able to work with one another a little bit easier, and I think it makes the players feel more comfortable in that regard also.
And we got a screen, so cut across.
That's better, Lawrence, huh?
We're known around the country for being a staff that's been together for a long time, and that's one of the things that's been a credit to Coach Osborne, that the coaches tell the players that that's the way it is. It's a stable program, and I think when you talk about programs and stability, you probably look at Nebraska as probably one of the top schools in the country that way.
For one thing, it certainly is an advantage, particularly during recruiting season. People that you do recruit to come and continue the tradition are pretty well assured that they're going to have the same people here that when they were recruited through their 4 years or 5 years, whatever it may be.
And it's not like these guys couldn't have moved on either. 6 of the 9 assistants have been offered head jobs at other schools. So what is it that keeps them here at Nebraska?
If you wanted to go somewhere else, unless you're going as a head coach at a pretty good school, you're really taking a step down, because the interest as far as the fans are concerned, the excitement on game day, the opportunity to win are available at Nebraska. And Lincoln is a great place to live, and Nebraska is a great place to feel the excitement of college football.
There we go. Good job, Kareem.
There's a lot of reasons. I would guess that the main reason is just the man you work for, and I say that not in any fashion other than there's great admiration for him. And he treats his assistants well, he treats his players well, and the overall program revolves around Tom Osborne's principles and his values and what he means to the game. And it's very difficult to leave a situation that we have.
I don't think you can ask for a better place to raise your family than Lincoln, Nebraska. And, and the tradition here, you just won't find any other schools. We see pro scouts come by, and they've been to all the schools in the country, and they say, that, you don't ever leave here, because they see things that are going on the other side of the fence that we don't see. And I think a lot of times, you listen to them.
So when you see the Huskers perform well as a team on Saturday afternoons, remember, a big part of that success is due to this team of coaches who have stuck together and kept Nebraska among the nation's best for a long, long time. This is Jeff Schmall reporting for the Tom Osborne Show.
Tom, I've been around since '74, all but one of the years since you've been a head coach, and I've gotten to know all these guys. They're tremendous people. And it's been a thrill to watch George and Charlie gain and lose up to 300-400 pounds over the years. That's been one of the highlights.
Well,
George is up now and Charlie's down.
They probably lost about 2 tons between them. But we really do have a good staff, and I really greatly appreciate their contribution, because, as I've said many times, the head coach oftentimes gets a lot of the credit and some of the blame, and you're really just kind of the tip of the iceberg. Most of what goes on really is the workings of the assistant coaches. So we've got a good staff, and we value all that they've done.
All right, coming up next, the Huskers rally against Oklahoma State. Stay tuned for third quarter highlights.
Meet Wilbur Finnegan, one happy man. Wilbur's happy because he recently installed a clean, efficient, affordable electric heating system. A heating system that was even more affordable when Wilbur received an $800 rebate. Wilbur saved even more by installing one of the most energy-efficient systems available. And each month, Wilbur receives another reminder of how affordable electric heating can be. Electric heat. Pays you now, pays you later. Amigos Combo Meals for only $2.99. Combo number 1, soft taco, large Mexican fries, and a medium drink. Combo number 2, Amigos small nachos and a medium drink. Combo number 3, taco burgers, small Mexican fries, and a medium drink. Or combo number 4, a chicken soft taco, small Mexican fries, and a medium drink. More food for less money with Amigos Combo Meals for only $2.99.
Quality, performance, affordable, service, satisfaction. Hewlett-Packard, Aches Office Products Center, your authorized Hewlett-Packard dealer in central Nebraska.
People always ask me what it is about Nebraska that I like or even why I moved here. Well, I smile when I answer that because there's so many things that I've grown to appreciate about this area. I'm learning more about farming than I ever thought I would, and I appreciate the family values people have, and even the families that I've met through my job. Everyone sort of has this open door policy here, and they're so willing to invite me into their home, and that means a lot, and it really makes me feel like I'm part of the community. That's why I'm glad I'm here.
Here we go, back to Thursday night, trailing by 7. Nebraska begins its comeback in the third quarter. Tom, the defense played excellently in the second half, shutting down the Cowboys and allowing OSU just 59 yards of total offense. Maybe even more importantly, as a result of that, it gives you some time on the field.
Well, yes, we had a number of snaps, I think around 40 we figured out at halftime. And of course, when you have the ball 40 snaps, you're going to make some good things happen. We actually averaged 5.7 yards per play, which isn't too bad. Here on an option play, actually one of the options that we've run over the years, good defensive pursuit. And you see there that Daryl Johnson lost 2 yards on the play.
Dante Jones has the quarterback all the way here, watch.
Well, Dante did a good job. Trev Alberts actually comes from the backside and knocked him off balance. And then I think John Reese came up and made the tackle. Here's a ball that's thrown a little bit off balance. Pretty good throw. The receiver tried to make a one-hand catch. That was Denson, and the coverage was reasonably good. And that was a third down play, so we get the football back here. Put a man in motion. Now, play action. This was the first play of the second half. I think Tremaine Bell caught the ball there, gain of 15. Was able to turn upfield a little bit after he caught it. Now you see Tommy Frazier is going to hit Corey Dixon. This ball was actually deflected. Corey was open and was the person that Tommy was trying to throw the ball to. The linebacker got his hand on it.
Yeah.
Corey gained 17 yards on the play.
Straight drop back. Nice pass protection. We'll see it again here. At the end of the play, Corey gets his headgear flipped a little bit. I don't know if we had a penalty on that or not.
I don't believe so. You see, I think any time a ball is deflected and you catch it, you're a little bit fortunate. And I think he's happier to get the first down. That was a third down play.
Yeah.
And, of course, he might have been a little upset about the face mask, but that's kind of minor when you make a big play. Here's a play-action pass here. Tommy's going downfield with Corey Dixon. And the flag was thrown, and they ruled that the ball was uncatchable. It was out of bounds, so it was certainly a proper call. Now, in this case, Tommy had a little miscommunication with one of the receivers. The receiver thought that they had a blitz, and the man that we're reading really didn't come. And still, Tommy probably had a couple other guys he could have gone to in that case. And so here's talking things over. But I think he was a little confused by the fact that the receiver altered his pattern, assuming there was something that really didn't happen.
The defense is tough again.
Thompson got 1 yard on that play. The ball's overthrown here now. And good coverage. That was a third down play. So they had to punt it away.
Inside backers were coming that time.
And now an option play. And Tommy turns upfield, gain of 9. And we ended up, I think, with a third down play here. Well, this was another option.
Right.
And this was probably his longest run of the day, a gain of 15.
Almost looks like an outside ISO. He follows that fullback out wide.
Well, we have to audible that into certain kinds of defenses, and the tackle blocks down, the guard traps the defensive tackle, and then we have a fullback on the linebacker. It is an option play, and yet on that particular option, the quarterback ends up with the ball at least 50% of the time. Now, Corey Schlesinger runs hard, gains 6, and now we run a counter sweep on this next play, and you'll see that they blitzed a man, and Calvin Jones has a nice run here, gain of 20 yards, and wasn't quite able to get all the way in. And so we're down in good scoring position now, 4-yard line.
Saw Sty here with a nice cut block right there, and then Wiegert upfield as Calvin tries to set him up.
We're talking to our linemen a little bit about this play. I think we need to just wheel around the end, and sometimes everybody's trying to read too much, a little bit too cautious, and as a result, it's slowing down our back. And I think that we'll do better if we just run and let the back cut off the blocks and So we'll try to speed that up a little bit. First play from scrimmage, another off-tackle option. Tommy had a chance to pitch the ball there, but he did see a crack, ducked up, and scored. So we finally get a touchdown on the board, and it wasn't easy. These guys were good on defense, and I guess I don't quite know how to figure it, whether we were somewhat inept offensively or whether they're a real good defense or just a little bit of both.
Well, once you started getting the ball a little bit, you had much more success. Here's the first rushing touchdown all year long against Oklahoma State.
Well, that's true. So they've played good defense against a lot of people, and they're not a flash in the pan. I think they're a very solid defensive team. So and the other thing that hurt us too, Kent, was field position. We averaged taking the ball over at our own 24-yard line. We never did at any time get the ball on their side of the 50, and it's hard to score a lot of points when you don't get field position. Now a deep ball, and the receiver had a chance. And Byron Miles did a good job of pulling it out. Byron's very good at stripping the ball, and I think Byron had an outstanding ball game for us. Played very well. Now a sprint option. Tommy gets the ball pitched to Calvin Jones right at the last minute there, and a nice gain of about 9 or 10 yards on that play.
This was after the third straight 3-and-out for Oklahoma State. I thought you might get one in on this drive.
Well, we had a chance there. That was kind of a shovel pass option to the wingback, and Tommy kept the ball here. He overthrows Corey Dixon, and we'd like to have that one over because that was a pretty easy throw. And now a screen pass, they kind of tackled Calvin Jones, or at least held him in. They diagnosed it pretty well, and so we ended up having to punt there. We had good field position and kind of frittered that opportunity away. Now here's a ball that's loose, and the ball actually was on the ground about 3 times. Oklahoma State fumbled, and they got every one of them back. You see there, one official signaling we had the ball, and one saying that Oklahoma State, I think Oklahoma State was on the football.
They are about to implode here on this play and then the first few plays of the fourth quarter.
Well, there was one other time when they punted the ball, and the ball actually hit one of their people on the foot, and we recovered it. And apparently they didn't see the ball hitting the Oklahoma State player on the foot. And that would have been a big play because at that point we had already taken the lead. So now you see the fourth quarter starting. It's still 13-13, and we're playing better, but we haven't set any records yet.
Tie game after 3 in the fourth quarter. The Huskers seal Tom Osborne's 200th career victory. Stay with us for the highlights right here.
With just one call, you can make travel arrangements to any place in the world, leaving you more time for the important things in life. GP Express Airlines. We make traveling easy.
Whoa! Look who's going country. And look where country's going. From Bakersfield to Boston, Anchorage to Atlanta, Americans are changing their tune and rocking to a new beat. And it all comes together at the Neon Armadillo. Every week, it's the top 10 country hits and the stars that made them famous on Countdown at the Neon Armadillo, where everyone's going country.
Saturday nights at 11, right here on NTV. The bottom line is this: a place is a place. It's the people that make the difference. That's why Central Nebraska is special to me. It's the people. And it's not just that the people are nice, but it's the way they get involved. They're involved in their neighborhoods, their communities, their schools, their government. That's a sign that people care about the quality of their lives and that they're going to do whatever it takes to preserve that. And I like that. It makes me glad to be here.
What's next on Springer?
They're teenagers in love, asking for help. You see, they're about to get married, but there's one big problem. They can't stop their violent fighting.
She came out with a shovel.
That's my way of getting everything out.
9 times out of 10, it's her hitting me.
You could kill him.
I'm not this little devil woman here. He pulled her down the stairs by her hair.
I do get in a lot of fights.
You teenage couples want their fighting to end. Next, Jerry Springer.
Tonight at 12:35, right here on NTV.
Well, with the game tied at 13 apiece Thursday night in Stillwater, I don't think the Huskers could have started the fourth period any better than they did. Tom, 2 huge plays by your defense setting the tone for the final 15 minutes of this game.
Well, I guess this is what maybe is worth sticking around for, is watching the fourth quarter, because the first 3 quarters haven't been much to look at. Sack coming up here. Trev Alberts, as he has done all year, makes a big play and throws quarterback for a loss.
He's now 1 away from the all-time school record. Less than 1 away. Needs a half a sack.
Well, I wasn't aware of that. I don't know what is a half a sack.
Well, he's got 23 and a half, and the record's 24.
Well, he'll get it. I'll promise you that, because he'll end up with well over 30. And great play here. And of course, that put him back around the 2 or 3 yard line. And of course, that means they're going to be punting deep out of their own end zone. Great play here by Byron Miles. And somebody asked me, one of the Denver stations called and said, have I ever seen that done before? And I said, yeah, I have. I've seen him do it in practice. And he's done it maybe 3, 4, 5 times in practice. He's got the ability to look right at the ball and take it right off the punter's foot.
Not afraid at all.
And most people won't do that.
Hey, would you have thought at all, I know the score's tied 13-13, but man, why give up 6 or 7 when you can give up 2? You know, I mean, you might have taken a safety there.
They could have. We didn't have an all-out block, and we really hadn't come that close. And I think that Pat Jones simply had confidence in his punter and his ability to get it off. And but Barron just beat the guy blocking him clean and came underneath and took a direct path right to the foot. And of course, most of the time when you have something like that happen, the ball bounces out of the end zone and it's a safety. But in this case, he just took the ball off his foot. And it was a huge play in the ball game. And Oklahoma State really never got back into it. Here's the trap play that they ran successfully early, and you can see that we did a great job of stopping it. And we really did throughout the whole second half. They didn't break another trap. Now, play action pass, good pressure on Jones. We missed a tackle. Ball came free, and looked like we had a shot at it. But they got back on it. You know, Mike Anderson looked like he might have had a hand on the ball, but he just wasn't able to wrestle it away. Raymakers came in here and stripped the ball. And so they were a little bit fortunate on the turnover factor. They played the whole game without a turnover, and that was reminiscent of the Iowa State game a year ago, where Iowa State didn't have a turnover, and of course we didn't have any either, but you hope you get some in the course of the game. Here's a sprint out pass, good play there by Lorenzo Brinkley, and a gain of only 5 yards on the play, so they have to punt the ball away. And their punter did a nice job. They have a good kicking game, but we really won it in the kicking game. And a good return here by Corey Dixon, a gain of about 16, 15 yards up the middle. That was fairly well blocked. Now you see, this was a situation where we should have moved the ball, and the ball bounces off Reggie Ball and was almost intercepted. I don't think the defender actually got his hands on the ball, but he distracted the receiver enough that he didn't hang on to it. I see Jones rolling out, and here again they dodge a bullet because Brinkley has the ball right in his hands, right near midfield, and didn't hang on to it. So we really probably should have gotten 3 or 4 turnovers in the ball game. And now a good job on the option, and Dante Jones and Raymakers were in on the play. And then here they're running another sprint out. And another opportunity to intercept the ball. It wasn't an easy one, but we could have caught it.
Pat Jones had to do something here, I thought, at the time.
Well, he did. The tough thing is running a fake punt into a safe defense. In other words, we weren't lined up in any kind of a punt return. We were looking for the fake, and we had a safe defense in there, and as a result, they don't make it. Toby Wright makes the final stop, but you're lined up there, and if they run that play into that defense and make it work, you got big problems. Here, Frazier on the option, and nice gain down the sideline, and picked up 8 yards on the play. Now he's going to see a tackle trap. Zach Wiegert really got a good trap block there on the plugging linebacker, and Calvin Jones probably not quite as fast as what he will be, but he had enough speed to get away from everybody there. And a nice 44-yard touchdown run. And
is he going to get it back, Tom? Do you think? Is it going to come back to him?
Oh yeah, he's still got good speed, and but you can see here that you see we got a little assist there from the official. The defensive back ran into the official too, which was certainly a factor on this play. And but Calvin was able to get all the way in there, and he has lost a little weight during his injury period. I think he went from about 215 down to about 208 or 209, and I think that was probably good. I think that maybe 215 a little bit heavy for him, and so I think he'll end up having a fine year. Really good job here to knock the ball loose. Dave Sizes, I think, put his helmet right on the football. And again, they get a tremendously fortunate bounce and get the ball back up to the 26-yard line. But I would say that they had some bad fortune, but they had a lot of good fortune in the game that kept this thing from getting a little bit out of hand for them.
Well, freshman quarterback has yet to commit a turnover.
Yeah, he's a solid player, and I think he's going to be a real good player for them. And there's no question they're a little bit better at quarterback than they were last year when they came up here.
Would have been a whole different type of offense to defense with the other guy, Porter, in there.
Right, he's not as good a runner. He's a fairly good thrower. Good play there by Dwayne Harris. Another sack. Now sprint out and throws high. And so a good defensive series here for us. Now we're back on offense. Calvin Jones gets some running room there and does a good job of picking up 7 or 8 yards on the play.
And Dave Fiala, I think, will be carrying the ball from Milford.
Dave broke this fairly well, and Dave's a real solid player, good student, and knows what he's doing. And he's a real good fullback for us and has done a great job. So we come out of it 27-13.
Yeah. Now here, after your 100th win, they build a statue for you.
Yeah,
and then after your 200th win, you get dumped on here. Here it comes.
Yeah.
What's going to happen for 300?
Well, I don't know, but I know that the guy that did that is going to pay for it. And it's on film, and he celebrated too, didn't he?
Yeah, he sure did. Nick Jones was running for his life there. Did you see that? We're going to go to the locker room here. Listen to the tribute.
Hey, Coach, we know it wasn't pretty, but on behalf of the Nebraska football team, we're really proud to have you as our coach, winning 200 games faster than any college coach in the history of football.
Piece of history there, folks. Tom Osborne, in 21 years, picking up his 200th victory. Third active coach in America to have done that, 12th overall. And coming up next for the Huskers, of course, a home game against Kansas State. We'll take a closer look at the Wildcats in 2 minutes.
Sometimes what you need to improve your farming operation is just beyond your reach. Maybe you need new equipment. Maybe you want to add more livestock. Or maybe you want to buy more land. The Ag Loan Professionals at Lexington State Bank can help. We'll go the extra mile to give you the financing you need at terms that meet your operation, and with added services to help you yield a higher profit. The Lexington State Bank and Trust. We go the extra mile in Lexington and Callaway, member FDIC.
5 words are all you need to know when buying a new or used vehicle. No Dicker sticker and Paul Spady. Paul Spady Chrysler Plymouth Dodge Jeep Eagle and Kearney wants to treat you with the respect you deserve with one price clearly marked on the vehicle. That's it. No haggling or negotiating. Plain and simple. So when you're looking for great prices, great selection, and great financing, visit Paul Spady Chrysler Plymouth Dodge Jeep Eagle, 801 East 25th Street, Kearney, your No Dicker dealer.
On Real Stories of the Highway Patrol.
Are you a vampire?
A Virginia trooper stops a driver with an unusual hobby.
Hey, you're under arrest for carrying a concealed weapon. Why'd you hesitate when I asked you if you were a vampire, man?
Then,
I've got help. The ambulances are on the way, okay?
On a deserted South Carolina road, troopers comfort a badly injured driver.
She doesn't know how bad off she is.
On the next Real Stories of the Highway Patrol. Tomorrow afternoon at 4, right here on MTV.
Hello, I'm Lisa Stewart.
And I'm Dennis Stone. On the next number one country, Dolly Parton joins her Romeo, Billy Ray Cyrus, on a trip to his home state of Kentucky.
Plus, see Sawyer Brown's brand new stage show. You'll have a front row seat.
And go on the road with the hottest star on the horizon, Mark Chestnut.
Then Kathy Mattea and other country stars take to the streets to fight the spread of AIDS.
Don't miss a minute of the next number one country.
Number one country, Sunday nights at 5:30.
Kent Pavelka's Wardrobe by Lindley Clothing, Omaha and Wahoo. Lindley's, now in their new Omaha location at 132nd and Dodge.
Last year's game against Kansas State, of course, was played across the Pacific Ocean in Japan. And this week, the Huskers and K-State will return to the States, Memorial Stadium here in Lincoln. Here's a look at the 1993 Wildcat football team.
5 years ago, Kansas State was winless. In fact, in 87 and 88, K-State did not win a football game. So in a very short period of time, Bill Snyder has turned the Wildcats' fortune from down and out to starting a perfect 5-0 in 93. That's Kansas State's best start since 1931. The Cats are led by junior quarterback Chad May. The 6'2", 215-pound signal caller is well over 50% passer and has connected on 225 yards a game. That's second only to Colorado in the conference. And the ground, it's J.J. Smith, averaging close to 5 yards a carry with 73 yards a game. Kansas State is ranked third in total defense in the Big 8 and leads the conference in punt returns. So, all in all, it's a solid club, which feels a lack of respect considering the Skyriders picked the Cats last in the preseason Big 8 poll.
Well, that's definitely in the back of our mind. No one really gave us any respect. And, hey, when the guys got together and we met, hey, I told them, hey, the only way we're going to get respect is to earn it. And the only way we're going to earn it is keep going out winning.
I can't tell you that I've completely forgotten that. But I don't think that again, you know, that's just perception again. And we've got to play 7 ball games in this conference before we can say, hey, that was accurate or it wasn't.
Last year, Nebraska and Kansas State tangled in Tokyo, with the Huskers winning 38-24. This year, the atmosphere won't be as international, but you can bet Memorial Stadium and the 76,000 fans on hand will still make the Cats feel like they're on foreign soil. With the Tom Osborne Show, Randy Bushcutter, NTV Sports.
Tom, you mentioned after the ball game Thursday that you felt like you were a little out of sync and maybe attributable to some extent to the off time between ball games. Now you kind of get back into the normal routine.
Be more of a normal rhythm, and I don't know whether we're looking for reasons. We did have some injuries early. We're fairly well healed up now, and I think the layoff was a little different in that we normally have a scrimmage on an open week, but we had so many injuries we couldn't scrimmage. So some of the performance in the first half against Oklahoma State might have been attributable to the fact that we just were a little bit out of sync because of not having had enough contact. But we've got no excuses now. We got to play well, and I think we will.
Very well. Coming up next on the Tom Osborne Show, your questions for the coach.
Quality Checked once again makes it stand on higher standards. Sure, other dairies seem like they're on vacation. Not Quality Checked. Our standards are higher than the industry's. That's what gives Quality Checked its fresh taste. While some dairies merely satisfy industry standards, Quality Checked won't be satisfied until you are. Buy Brown Swiss Gillette Quality Checked milk and you'll see why.
Our fresh taste makes me smile.
Trust your automotive service to ASE certified technicians at L&S Tire and Auto and Kearney Diesel and Service Center, 2 of your Kearney area Napa Auto Care centers. You'll find peace of mind under the Napa Auto Care sign.
People always ask me what it is about Nebraska that I like or even why I moved here. Well, I smile when I answer that because there's so many things that I've grown to appreciate about this area. I'm learning more about farming than I ever thought I would, and I appreciate the family values people have, and even the families that I've met through my job. Everyone sort of has this open door policy here, and they're so willing to invite me into their home, and that means a lot, and it really makes me feel like I'm part of the community. That's why I'm glad I'm here.
Finally, there's a TV show with the latest news on your favorite country stars. If you want to keep up on the latest country videos, TV specials, dance crazes, and concerts from all across the country, join your hosts Lisa Stewart and Dennis Stone each week as they bring you the best and brightest news and information in country music all across America. Be sure and watch #1 Country.
Sunday afternoon at 5:30, right here on NTV.
Each week at this time, we take your questions for Coach Osborne, and you can call 1-800-444-5546 during the radio broadcast each week. Record your question for the coach, and if you win it, or if we put you on the air, you win a nice prize. We'll tell you about that in just a second. Let's go to our first question. Jeff out of Omaha, Coach.
Congratulations on win 200. Just wanted to ask you, though, that the way we drove down the field before the end of the second quarter when we were throwing the ball, it seems like we should be mixing the pass and the run up a little bit better. Is there something you can comment on that?
Well, we did put the ball in the air 19 times the other night. Unfortunately, we only completed 8 of them. When you start hitting 60-65%, you tend to throw the ball a little bit more. And we work hard on our passing game, and we have had some games where we've thrown the ball well. You always do what you think is going to work. You never stand on the sideline and say, well, we're going to call some plays that you don't think will work. So we will at times run the shotgun, and at times we will mix in the pass a little bit more. But we did have a good drive there, and we did have a 31-yard pass to Corey Dixon, which really helped out.
Okay, and some of that has to relate to the total number of snaps you're going to get, too. I mean, and that was diminished because Oklahoma State had the ball quite a bit in the first half. Mm-hmm. Second question comes from Tony in Holdridge, Coach.
We're going to be congratulations on your 200th win. Let's go out and we'll take another 6-0 on the year, and the best of luck to you, Coach.
Well, thanks, Tony. That's easy to answer. I'll just say thank you.
Not much of a question from Tony, but again, he's reiterating what everybody across the state, I think, thinks about your career here. Well, not everybody has a chance, to personally shake hands and say congratulations and thank you. And I don't think you have a feel for all the folks that would like to do that.
Well, that's good to hear. That I'm glad Tony appreciates it anyway.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Don in Lincoln with our next question.
Coach, congratulations on your 200th win.
Thank you.
Coach, I had a question. Do you think we could have won that game without Calvin Jones?
Oh, I think so. Certainly. I certainly didn't want to try to do it. I mean, Calvin was healthy. He'd been laid out of 3 games, and we have some good backs. And obviously, Phillips, Benning have played well in starting roles. And we think Makovica and Clinton Childs have played very well, too, and they've had an opportunity. So we feel like we've got good depth at I-back, and that has been the one positive thing about Calvin's injury. We've had to play some other people. But when Calvin's right, he's the best back we have, and we obviously hope that he can have a productive year the rest of the season.
Maybe the more appropriate question might have been, could you have won without Baron Miles and Byron Bennett? They had great games.
They sure did.
Calvin will, too. We'll close out tonight's show. Stay with us. Coming up right after this.
3 cents a share commission? You can't beat it.
This investor, like thousands of others, is using the AccuTrade system and paying only 3 cents per share commission. It's easy and it's fast. Here's how it works. Buy 1,000 shares of a $10 stock and pay $48 in commission, the minimum. Buy 3,000 shares of a $20 stock and pay $90 in commission, just 3 cents per share. With AccuTrade, there are no extra fees.
When it comes to investing, I don't like surprises. When I look at my monthly AccuTrade statement, I know there are no hidden fees.
With AccuTrade, you can enter orders and obtain quotes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week via touch-tone phone or by personal computer. Either way, it's just 3 cents per share commission. If you're investing for yourself, give us a call today. With AccuTrade, you can have it all. Deep discount savings, full commission service.
For my money,
It's AccuTrade.
You only need a minimum of $5,000 equity to open and maintain your account, and the minimum charge is just $48. Call and connect with AccuTrade, member SIPC.
Hi, this is Tom Osborne. Nancy and I would like to invite you to join us on a Grand Alaskan cruise next summer, departing June 15th.
That's right. You'll spend 7 great days with Tom and Nancy on board Royal Cruise Line's newest ship, the Star Odyssey. You'll visit Ketchikan, scenic Tracy Arm, and Juneau on your way to Hubbard and Columbia Glacier. Optional shore excursions available. Call AAA Travel at 1-800-222-6327 for details on Tom Osborne's Alaskan Cruise. That's 1-800-222-6327.
Hello, Omaha! It's an unclaimed layaway sale. Yes, folks, our warehouses are jam-packed with layaways, unclaimed layaways, and right now you can purchase this furniture for as little as 33 cents on the dollar with free interest for 12 months. Hurry, we will save you money. Remember, it's 12 months free interest, right cushions, furniture on consignment, 72nd down, Omaha. Thank you.
Tom, your team is 5-0 on the year, 1-0 in conference play in an attempt to three-peat for the conference championship. You said that you're optimistic, obviously, but you need to play better. Can you explain?
Well, I think we just need to get a little more consistent offensively. We've had some good play, but we've been a little sporadic. And defensively, a little bit the same way. Now, the encouraging thing about this game, we didn't give up the big play on defense. So I think we're going to be okay.
Very good. Tom, again, congratulations.
Okay, thank you,
200 wins for Tom Osborne. That's it for the show tonight. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next week when we review the Kansas State game right here on Tom Osborne's AccuTrade show, right here. So until then, so long, everybody.
Kent Pavelka's Wardrobe by Lindley Clothing, Omaha and Wahoo. Lindley's, now in their new Omaha location at 132nd and Dodge. AccuTrade's Tom Osborne Show was brought to you by AccuTrade, America's deep discount broker. By Rod Cush's Furniture on Consignment, 72nd and L, with acres of free parking at the door. And by O'Doul's, it's what beer drinkers drink when they're not drinking beer.
The Tom Osborne Show is brought to you by your Kearney area Napa Auto Care Centers and Brown Swiss Gillette Dairy Products. Our fresh taste makes the smile.
Hi, I'm Ralph Emery here in Nashville, where country music traditions are born. And no one brings those country traditions home like Country America magazine.
I like the stories on ordinary country people with extraordinary courage and determination. How about you, Clint?
Oh, I just think that Country America interviews the most fascinating entertainers.
Clint.
I hear that same praise repeated time and time again in letters from Country America readers.
Call now and receive a free preview issue of Country America magazine. If you're delighted with your free issue, continue your subscription for a full year. 10 issues in all, including your first, for just $13.97. If you're not completely satisfied, just write cancel on your bill. The first issue is still yours to keep free.
Join us in the next great country tradition.
Order your free issue of Country America now. Call 1-800-321-1000.
Who delivers a full-size truck with a standard driver's side